Hello and good evening, everybody. Welcome to Finlay Field at the campus of Roseburg High School, where tonight the Roseburg Indians are hosting the Sprague Olympians for another Special District 1 conference matchup. We are hopeful that tonight's matchup will get underway as planned. Right now, it is definitely a smoky feel around the Umpqua Basin. It started rolling in at about 5 o'clock. All of a sudden, the wind must have changed to the right direction as I looked out the window here at the press box and suddenly realized those hills over in the distance there, Mount Nebo, it's looking a little fuzzy. And so we are hopeful that tonight's matchup will get underway. We're about 20 minutes away from kickoff for tonight's contest between Roseburg and Sprague. And as far as we know right now, we are expecting to kick things off at 7 o'clock. We've got kind of a repeat of the Nelson game from a year ago. Hopefully we don't have a full repeat where we will be finding things different at halftime. But we'll wait to find out. They're going to try and play, and we'll see where things go from there. Right now, at last look, it was unhealthy for sensitive groups for the air quality here in the Umpqua Basin. I know some further areas south of us, a little bit worse. Grants Pass, not a good spot tonight. Good thing it looks like they got their game in yesterday. But it might have some complications for some of the smaller schools down in that area that are looking to play tonight. So there's your status check as we get ready for kickoff here tonight on the Roseburg Disposal pregame show. You can let them make the run to the dump for you. Give them a call at 673-7122. Coming up here during the pregame show tonight, we'll get a chance to catch up with head coach Dave Heiberger as we preview tonight's matchup against the Sprague Olympians. And we will see how coach is feeling about things here tonight and how about his team as they come in at 1-2 on the season. The Sprague Olympians are 0-3 and 0-1 to start things off in the Special District 1. They've played a pretty tough schedule, as you might have just heard during the Friday night pregame show as we had a conversation with the Sprague head coach, A.J. Robinson. As we count down to kickoff, I want to remind everybody tonight's game is streaming live with video online at 541radio.com and on our YouTube channel. You can check it out there. Search 1490 The Score to find our YouTube channel. And once you get there, hit the subscribe button to make sure you can follow Roseburg High Sports nice and easily throughout this entire school year. That is 1490 The Score on YouTube. Hit the subscribe button to follow. The video stream is presented by the Cow Creek Tribe. We'll go ahead and take a 2-minute timeout. When we come back, we'll catch up with head coach Dave Heiberger as we get ready for Roseburg football coming up tonight here from Finlay Field on 541radio.com and on The Score, 92.3 FM and 1490 AM.
Hey there, sports fans. Thanks for watching this local sporting event online at 541radio.com. Did you know there's more than one way to watch games online? You can watch games on your laptop or desktop computer, your tablet, or even your smartphone just by going to 541radio.com. But we also use YouTube to stream all of our video broadcasts, which means you could be watching this game on your big screen TV with a number of different streaming devices. You can stream our live YouTube broadcast through your PlayStation or Xbox gaming device or through streaming devices like Google Chromecast, Apple TV, or Roku. There's plenty of ways to follow this live local sporting event. Plus, you can find past events archived on 1490 The Score's YouTube channel. Find us on YouTube and subscribe today to keep up with the latest in local sports coverage.
Whether it's across town or across the state, moving is always a chore. So let BTB Moving help with your next move. BTB Moving is a labor-only company offering statewide services such as packing and unpacking, loading and unloading, piano moving, cleaning services, and 24-hour emergency services. BTB Moving is an affordable, veteran-owned company here to help with your next move. Call 541-315-0122 or find BTB Moving on Facebook. That's BTB Moving for all your moving needs.
For over 100 years, Douglas County Farmers Co-op has been serving the needs of farmers, ranchers, and homeowners throughout Southern Oregon. Here, everyone is welcome. When you shop with us, you can expect good people, good products, and good advice. No membership needed. Just bring yourself, and we'll provide the expertise and products you need to tackle your next project. Douglas County Farmers Co-op, where everyone is welcome to shop.
Back with more of our pregame here on The Score, 92.3 FM and 1490 AM, streaming with video online at 541radio.com. Roseburg tonight getting ready to take on the Sprague Olympians here at home, looking to get back in the win column tonight. And joining us here is Coach Dave Heiberger. Coach, you guys have had another week of practice into week 4 in the season. At this point in the season, how are you feeling about kind of where guys are at with their progressions? Obviously, you want to grow each week of the season, and how do you feel like the team has continued to kind of improve and grow as this season has gone on?
Well, even just standing here watching the boys warm up and watching them throw and watching that.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad.
And so, you could just watch our quarterbacks completing it. Both of them are catching it. There's progress there, so I'm thrilled with what they're showing right now.
Yeah, it's nice to see the way things are going in warm-ups right now. As you guys get ready for this portion of the season, this is kind of where things start ramping up and guys got to really focus in. And, what do you like to see from a team at this point in the season of just kind of where their attention needs to be on a daily basis during a week of practice and leading up to a game?
Having each other's backs. Anytime you go and compete and it doesn't come out your way, it's really easy to point the finger at each other, and none of that's gone on, and they've been great. Energy's been great, and guys are flying around. You're laughing. It's there. I actually have a way to prove to you what I'm saying isn't garbage, because it's happening right in front of you as we're speaking.
As you guys get ready for Sprague here tonight, I had these amazing cats. The performance in warm-ups here is throwing me off. I had a question, and I can't remember what I was going to ask you now. But, taking on Sprague this week, what have you seen on tape about them? They're a team that is young and kind of trying to figure some things out under a new head coach. What have you seen from them on tape as you guys prepare?
Yeah, Coach Robinson, he does a great job. He was up in Eugene area for a while. I've known AJ Coach Robinson for a lot of years. And so it's fun to see when those younger guys come in and realize that I'm an older guy now. And so they fly around, and they're still trying to figure out his scheme and all that and get that stuff settled in. And once they get settled in, they have playmakers, and so we just hope they're not going to get settled in tonight.
I did talk with Coach Robinson earlier in the week, and he brought up that you guys have known each other for a while. You mentioned you guys coached against each other, so when you get the chance to see him on the other sideline tonight, are you going to be thinking back to what he was running at Churchill when you were at Springfield to try and figure out what he's got coming at you?
I'm going to try to think about when I ever coached against him. I don't think I ever have.
He said that you had, but I guess maybe the timelines didn't cross.
I don't think me and his timelines crossed. But okay. Like I said, big fan of what he's doing, what he's done in his career, and I look forward to watching him. And you sit and you look at last Friday night's game, and it said in paper is a little bit choppy and things like that. And there's a legit concern from my staff about the safety of our kids when they're out here on a Friday night. I'm not happy about it. And, we're big believers, and obviously kids coming out here and playing football and enjoying, but I want to make sure they're safe. When you look at 2 years ago we tried to get a whole new crew, and the OSAA wouldn't let us. And so when you're talking about why won't the OSAA listen to us about our own kids and what's best for the safety of our kids, and you start looking around at things and you say, well, they don't use any of these crews for 5A and 6A football when it comes to the state playoffs, yet it's good enough for Roseburg. I'm a huge advocate for the safety of our kids, and what we saw last Friday night, us coaches need to maybe learn how we can be better role models and things like that, and I understand all that, but I'm going to back a guy that's advocating for the safety of our students. He's a Crystal Apple Award winner from our school board, and he's given back to our kids for 25 years. All this stuff is more than 20 years old. This stuff was happening before. I'm saying, as a district, I love our district. They take safety really seriously. They appealed the ejection last week, didn't feel it was proper. And 2 years ago, they did all that. So that's something for the higher ups to figure out. I just want to make sure that I'm on some sort of record saying these are safety issues, and we're talking about high school kids that we want to be functional adults and not take a blind side block and not have it called. So we were a little animated last week. Our goal is to be more professional this week, and we're hoping that after 20 years they maybe fixed it over the weekend.
All right, appreciate the time there, Coach Dave Heiberger, joining us here in the Roseburg Disposal pregame show. We'll get ready for kickoff coming up here in just a moment on 541radio.com and on the Score, 92.3 FM and 1490 AM. Let's go ahead and take a 2-minute break.
You're going to get some clicks.
Mountain Mike's, pizza the way it ought to be.
When the first Cascade branch opened in 1948, things were a lot different here. The fact they're still here says a lot about the way they do business.
Staying in business for 75 years requires the cooperation of generations. It's the desire to learn and grow with your community.
My account number is only 5 digits long. What that tells me is that this is a local credit union.
Cascade Community Credit Union would like to thank you for 75 years of growth and support here in Douglas County.
Deciding where to purchase your next vehicle is just as important as the vehicle itself. At Roseburg Honda, our seasoned staff is dedicated to matching you with the right car. From sales to service, our goal is to make sure all of your needs are met, and you leave our dealership feeling good every time you visit. No need to waste your valuable time driving up and down the freeway when the ultimate car buying experience is right here at home. Roseburg Honda. We treat you like family.
Are you an enthusiastic sports fan? Want to have fun and get in on the action?
Heck, yes, that'd be awesome.
Have great attention to detail? Want to stay active?
Definitely.
Want to give back to the student athletes in your community?
Obviously, yes.
Then you'd make an excellent high school sports official. We need more officials in Oregon, because with no high school officials, there are no high school sports. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Back here at Finlay Field on the campus of Roseburg High School as we get ready for tonight's kickoff between Roseburg and Sprague. Joey Keyran here with you. Joining me tonight here in the booth is Clayton Brelich, former Roseburg Indian class of 2020. That's right, there we go. Former Roseburg Indian and member of the football program, back in the booth with us here tonight. Clayton, you got to see the good. Week 1 against Beaverton, we saw this Roseburg offense put up 50 points. Since then, it's been a bit of a struggle. The competition level has definitely taken a step up in that time. But Roseburg tonight looking to try and find a way to kind of get back to that level. And they'll be taking on a Sprague team that has struggled to find their consistency this season. 0-3 with a difficult schedule for them as well. You know, we saw a lot of success, and, you know, remembering back to week 1, what did you feel like was working well for this team, and you think that if you might see it tonight, might work well for them against this Sprague team?
I think we saw a lot of mix-up between the pass and the run game. I think it was almost even, if I remember correctly. They passed almost the same amount as they did the running play. I think as the season goes on, more teams get to see more film, and that could have been part of the reason that it's been harder to move the ball on offense.
Yeah, for sure. And definitely we had in week 2 a Nelson team that was top 10 in the state in the preseason coaches poll, then a North Salem team that has now jumped into the coaches poll and is very talented there as well. That week 1, 323 yards on the ground, 136 passing for Roseburg, 459 yards total against Beaverton, a team that has won a game since then, so not necessarily a complete pushover there out of the Beavers, but I would say also defensively, we've seen Roseburg get hit in the air against Nelson 2 weeks ago, and then last week it was the ground game against North Salem that ended up being pretty tough for the Roseburg Indians to stop. They'll look to their guys to try and come up big here tonight, but they like to try and get into the backfield and be disruptive. And as a guy that was out there recently, more recently than I was, being able to play the game in the opponent's backfield definitely disrupts things and can really make life a lot easier for a team if you can really get there at the point of attack.
Yeah, no, most definitely. If you put the pressure on the quarterback and make him make faster decisions, sometimes in the high school level he doesn't always make the right decision, which always helps your defense.
For sure, it does. We get ready for tonight's matchup. We've got just a few more minutes left to go before this one gets underway. We are monitoring the air quality situation as of right now. I did just not that long ago get a thumbs up from Athletic Director Adam Blue in his first year taking over for longtime AD Russ Bolin. And Russ had to deal with this last year. This year it is on the shoulders of Adam Blue and the coaching staff for Roseburg, as well as the coaches and administrators that might be here from Sprague as well. I'll tell you this much. Last year against South Salem was another game that this came into play where we were all set up to go on a Friday night. It got to kickoff. We waited a little longer, waited to find out the numbers, and they had to cancel the game that Friday night. And then the decision was, when do we play? And they went for an idea of Saturday. We're going to figure out early on if you can play on Saturday morning. And then if it wasn't going to be good here, they moved the game to South Salem. And that was eventually the decision. And I can tell you this much in my talks with Coach Heiberger down on the field. He doesn't want to give up a home game. You only get so many of them. And last year they played at South Salem. They got to go back to South Salem this year. They didn't get a return favor of South Salem coming down here. So I'll tell you this, Clayton, I think that they are very eager to try and get this game on here at Finlay Field. Hopefully it's here tonight when the crowd is here. I know Saturdays people got other things going on. And so hopefully it's tonight while they've got everybody here and ready to go for a fun one at Finlay Field tonight. Well, we'll keep it monitored. We're waiting for Roseburg to come out of the locker room. The Sprague Olympians are on their sideline wearing their home whites. They've got their captains on the sideline. Roseburg without any captains out yet. The team's still in the locker room. We're going to go ahead and take our final 2-minute break. When we come back, we will get you ready for kickoff as it looks like we are headed to it here at Roseburg High School tonight. Along with Clayton Brelage, I'm Joey Keyran. Roseburg football right around the corner. This has been the Roseburg Disposal pregame show. Let them make the run to the dump for you. Give them a call at 673-7122. Back after this 2-minute timeout on 541radio.com and on the Score, 92.3 FM and 1490 AM.
Successful companies have a very important secret. Good advertising works and makes them money. That's why your business should contact Lotus Media Group. Let us help you cash in with multimedia advertising. Multiple touches from Douglas County's only Google certified partner and most effective advertising platform. Web, broadcast, print. Make it happen. LotusMediaGroupLLC.com.
To us, pizza the way it ought to be isn't just our slogan. It's our promise and our passion to give you the best dining experience and the best tasting pizza you expect. For over 40 years, we've been making pizza the way it ought to be. Handmade with the freshest and finest ingredients. Our dough is made fresh daily, and we use 100% whole milk mozzarella cheese and toppings edge to edge. There's pizza, and then there's Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza the way it ought to be.
Looking for more local sports coverage? CBS Sports Radio 1490 The Score has you covered. Check out our homepage at 541radio.com for sports stories, scores, and podcasts. And follow us on social media. 1490 The Score is on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. And take the station with you wherever you go with the 541 Radio app. Download the app in your smartphone's app store and get access to a live stream of the station, sports stories, podcasts, and easy messaging with the station and others.
Thanks for tuning in to today's broadcast of Roseburg High School Sports on The Score.
This broadcast is presented by
Flyaway Travel, Fisher's Hearth and Home, Cascade Community Credit Union,
Roseburg Honda,
BTB Moving, Susan Gregg Allstate Insurance, and also by Dr. Ullenson Randall, DC Farmers Co-op, Mountain Mike's Pizza, Roseburg Disposal,
Tim's Appliance and Mattress,
Abby's Pizza, and Chuck Swarman Family Auto Repair.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome once again to Roseburg Football on the Score. Tonight, the Roseburg Indians, with their 1-2 record and 0-1 in Special District 1 play, host the Sprague Olympians, who come in at 0-3 on the season, 0-1 in conference play. The captains are meeting at midfield as we get ready for kickoff tonight. It is a hazy and a bit smoky one here this evening, but we are hoping that Mother Nature will do us a favor and shift the winds a little bit and make sure this one gets in here tonight. As we get ready for kickoff here this evening, we are looking at a very comfortable night. We reached the 70s, upper 70s here today, but sitting at 68 at the moment here in the Umpqua Basin. The sun is just about to set to our right out on the west end zone facing the Callahans, and we are just about to ready to get this one underway. Joining me in the booth tonight, as previously mentioned, Clayton Brelage. Clayton, when you were playing, you want the ball, you want to be on offense or defense first?
I'm a defense guy,
yeah.
so I always want to be on defense, and you get the ball at the second half, but maybe somebody on offense would say something different. They
flipped the coin down there on the orange feather at midfield, and we're about to find out who's going to get the ball first here this evening. Roseburg, it's Sprague that won the toss, and they're going to defer, I guess. And so they will kick it right to left. Roseburg will be receiving the football to start things out. Roseburg wearing their black jersey tops with the orange numbers on the front and the back outlined in white. But tonight they've gone a little different. I haven't really seen this uniform combo. They've gone with the white pants, which are usually part of their road uniforms. White pants with the black stripe down the side, Indians in orange on the side of the legs. So kind of cool look. I like the way it looks sharp. I like the kind of two-tone look for the Roseburg Indians here tonight.
Yeah, and on a 2-game losing streak, sometimes you find any way to mix it up to try to get a win.
You got to find a way to break that streak. On the other side, they also, we joined this new conference, the Special District 1, joining with Salem. And so we've got Sprague, and we've got there was one other – I felt like there was another school in there. Suddenly it's more orange and black in the conference. Maybe it's I was thinking of Beaverton. That's the season opener against Beaverton. They're not in the conference. But this is another game against another team that wears orange and black. On the roadside for Sprague tonight, they're wearing the white jerseys with orange numbers on the front and the back, white trousers for them. They've got the black helmets with the cool kind of they're the Olympians, and it's like that wreath headband that you see, kind of the old Greek, the old Greek gods and whatnot. Caesar and such, they wore those around their heads. It's kind of lowered like they're wearing it around their ears. As they get ready to kick off right to left, a toe punt from Amity Rogers, the kicker. It'll go short to about the 30. It is picked up, returned out to the 40, and that is where things will start for Roseburg, as they will have the football at their own 41-yard line. So here we go. Roseburg and Sprague getting ready to kick this one off here tonight out on the field. We've seen a kind of 2-quarterback system from Roseburg the last couple of weeks, and starting things out tonight will be the junior, Owen Bentia, 304 yards on 52% passing this season, 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. He will be in shotgun with Caden Eckel, the senior, starting to his right. 2 targets either side, pump fake, looking to go down the field, has a man open, almost picked off, as Sprague will jump the route. In coverage is Dominic Johnson, the senior, who almost comes away with an early pick. The route was there, but a nice read by the defense to almost get that one on the first play of the ballgame.
Yes, that's one of those you may put in your back pocket and use in the second half as more of a surprise play because it was there.
It'll be 2nd down and 10 now for the Tribe on their own 41-yard line. Ball on the right hash mark, trips to the left, wide side of the field. Out that direction, you've got Austin, along with Robinson and McLean Stedman. Looking to pass on the slant route. Big catch there by Caden Austin, who will weave his way up the near hash mark, and he's into Sprague territory. I talked with Caden Austin this week, and from up here, I kind of thought, okay, he's probably going to be a bit of a lengthy guy, kind of nice frame up. He's about my height. He wasn't as big as I thought he was, but he has been very dangerous. Leading receiver for Roseburg, and he moves the chains as he takes it to the Sprague 35-yard line. That was a pickup of 24. Hand off to Eckel. He'll stretch it right side to the sideline before he is wrapped up and pulled down. Coming up to make the stop for Sprague is Braxton Bingham, who is wearing the opposite. They had 2 numbers listed for him, and he's wearing the opposite of the one I thought he was going to wear for him. So there you go, figure that. A run to the 28-yard line for Caden Eckel as he picks up 7 on first down, second down, and 3. Showing a blitz. Sprague, quick pass out to Stedman. He bubbles back to the inside, tries to make a cut at the hash mark, gets wrapped up and spun down. They're going to mark him down at the 24, which is good enough to move the chains, and it's another first down for the Tribe.
A lot of quick offense, whether it's a run or a quick bubble pass. That's kind of what they've been going with so far.
28 yards on 2 completions for Owen Bentia. As he starts out 2 for 3. That ball might have come out. Yes, it was squirted loose, and jumping on top of it is Sprague. Did they say the runner was down? No. Coming up with it is Talon Cuniel that gets the takeaway there on the fumble by Roseburg. And Sprague will stop what was a big drive for the Tribe. Looking good, and they cannot hang on to the football. I didn't see how that play started there. Was it just an exchange?
I missed it.
Okay. The ball spotted right where Roseburg had it at the 24, so a turnover, first of the night for Roseburg. Last season, they had a few of those, 3 fumbles against Sprague last year. Here comes the Sprague offense, starting at their own 24. They're looking at a double pass, a man open downfield. It's caught and out of bounds, tackled by Landon Hodges. Aiden Andreessen makes the catch on the little trick play. That was thrown by Kenyon Johnson, the running back. Launches it downfield to the 41, and the Olympians are quickly into Roseburg territory. That would be a 35-yard completion for Johnson, connecting with Andreessen for the first down. 1st and 10, left hash mark, handed off. Johnson running this time. He is hit in the backfield. It'll be Akers, Maverick Akers in there, along with Bradfield. Dylan Bradfield getting in there for the stop, a tackle for loss.
That's what we were talking about earlier in the start of the game. Roseburg likes to be aggressive and getting that backfield early.
They'll actually end up giving him back to the line of scrimmage, so really no loss on the play for Johnson on his first carry of the night. In the backfield, it is Ducati Witherspoon, the junior quarterback. He is a new starter this year for the Olympians. He'll call for it in shotgun, looking to pass on the right side, goes the short route. It is caught, and the ball does come out at the end of the play. It's picked up by Reitman, and Tyler Reitman with the fumble recovery takes it to the 41-yard line, and Roseburg's got it back. And just like that, both teams on their opening drive turn the ball over. A short return of about 5 yards as Reitman gets the fumble recovery. His first of the season, and Roseburg has it with 9:39 to go in the first quarter. Both teams have given it away. Roseburg starts at its own 40, its second drive of the ballgame. So pass completion, then fumbled at the end of the play there by the Olympians. Ball on the left hash mark. 1st and 10 for Roseburg quarterback Owen Bentia. He moves Eckel to his right in shotgun. Trips to the right side, looking to the left, goes the quick slant route to McLean Stedman. The sophomore has quickly become a favorite target for Owen Bentia in this passing game. He's the second leading receiver in his first year at the varsity level.
Yeah, I see both teams going to quick passes. That kind of gives the quarterback a little bit of confidence because it should be easy pitch and catch.
6-yard pickup on first down for Stedman. He sets up, spread out wide to the far side of the field. They'll move a man in motion, give it to Robinson, tries to bounce it out, and he stretches it to the far side. He bubbled back and then gets taken down, stumbles across the 50. That was a play that took a long time to develop. He had to run a long way, but he'll pick up the first down and takes it into Sprague territory. They put him down at the 49. That would be a pickup of 5 on the play for Brody Robinson, who has gotten a carry a couple of times throughout this season. Looking to pass, goes out to Stedman on the wide receiver screen. He got the block he needed to be able to pick up positive yardage, but it's not a lot as the secondary will close quickly from Sprague and stop Stedman on a short gain to the 46.
Sprague has been in a three-man front because Roseburg has been passing a lot more and then more DBs on the field.
3-yard pickup for Stedman. 2nd down and 7. They move a man in motion. Give it to Eckel trying to run through the middle. He has a sidestep, then gets thrown forward. So positive outcome there for Caden Eckel. A little slow to get up as he got tossed around, but he'll head back to the huddle as Roseburg will go quickly to the lines. Eckel took it to the 42, picking up 4 yards. 3rd down and 3. Roseburg trying to go quick. They go with the pistol, trying to see if they can get the defense to jump. In the middle, the linebacker showing pressure. I believe that's Bingham out there. In the middle, along with another linebacker, they back off. Cuneo, the other one. They will be a keeper here for Bentia, and after contact, he's able to keep his feet and carry the defender across the line to gain. Riding on the back of Owen Bentia was Tyler Halsey, and he couldn't bring him down. Bentia will move the chains, taking it to the 38.
Sometimes that's a stat that gets overlooked. Those yards after first contact, those are very important.
And it's another first down for Roseburg. 7:42 and counting here in the first quarter. No score on the board. Second drive for the Indians. Got a man down the field. Catch made and out of bounds by Dane St. Clair. St. Clair going up over the top of the defense to make the grab, and he goes out at the 12. And it's first down and 10 inside the red zone. Not quite yet to the and goal area. With that ball down to the 12-yard line. That is a pickup of 26 through the air for St. Clair. A run up the middle for Eckel will take it inside the 10, then down to the 9-yard line.
So far it seems like both teams want to air it out early and go deep.
We've had a 24-yard pass play, a 26-yard pass play for Roseburg, so yeah. And we've seen Sprague air it out a couple of times, and once on that trick play to start out the ball game. 7:09, looking to pass, slant route, a little high, but a great catch made. Touchdown, Roseburg. It was Brody Robinson on the catch on the slant route, and boy, did he make an athletic play to get that ball.
We were talking about him just earlier, saying how you thought he was a little bit bigger, but he's showing out for what the size you were saying.
A 9-yard pass play for the score for Roseburg. And they take a 6-0 lead, the PAT from Jacob Michael. Waits on the right-footed kick and gets it away just before the defense gets there and puts it through the upright. 7-0 Roseburg in front with 7:05 to go in the first quarter. Let's take a 30-second break and come back with the action here on 541radio.com and on The Score, 92.3 FM and 1490 AM.
For tuning in to today's broadcast of Roseburg High School Sports on The Score. This broadcast is presented by Flyaway Travel, Fisher's Hearth and Home, Cascade Community Credit Union, Roseburg Honda, BTB Moving, Susan Gregg Allstate Insurance, and also by Dr. Ullenson Randall, DC Farmers Co-op, Mountain Mike's Pizza, Roseburg Disposal, Tim's Appliance and Mattress, Abby's Pizza, and Chuck Swarman Family Auto Repair.
Yes. Owen Bentia has started out 6 for 7 through the air. He caps off an 8-yard drive with a 9-yard TD pass to Brody Robinson for the score. And Roseburg is on the board. I think I mistakenly said Robinson earlier, as the kick will go out of bounds on the kickoff. I think I said Robinson earlier. I believe it was Brody. It was Eckel, not Eckel. Rackley is the name I'm thinking of. Penalty flag out on the kick out of bounds. It was Rackley, not Robinson, that I had mentioned earlier on a 5-yard run. But Robinson on a 9-yard touchdown grab will have the first score of the night for Roseburg. 6 of 7 through the air for 72 yards so far for Owen Bentia, as the offense will come back out. For the Sprague Olympians, they turned it over on their first drive. Roseburg turned it over on its first drive. And now we'll see how things progress from here. Calling for the snap, Ducati Witherspoon, pass out to the far side, a quick connection with his target out on that far side. I believe that is Trayton Foodie. It is Foodie on the catch. Not listed as a guy initially in the projected starters by head coach A.J. Robinson as a, no, that is not Foodie, that is Johnson. Excuse me. I was looking, Foodie's 9, Johnson out there. That's why I was kind of confused. Johnson with a big catch on first down will pick up 8 yards as he moves it out to the 43. Handed off and sprinting up the middle here. Sprague will move the chains and move into Roseburg territory, and that was just a blitz right up the middle.
For both offenses, it seems like those big chunk plays, and the defenses both have been getting them up, so we'll see how they try to limit that going forward.
So Sprague will move the football. Into Roseburg territory. A run out to the Roseburg 47. Looking to pass. Witherspoon down the field. That ball cut off by the defender and knocked down. Nice job in coverage for Roseburg. Almost an interception.
Seems like Sprague is kind of using the same formation but running a couple plays out of it in the same way.
So it'll make it 2nd down and 10. Incompletion. It will be 2nd down and 10. Roseburg looking to blitz, and Brayton Loomis did not time the snap count correctly there. You like the idea, but you've got to hit it. Otherwise, you're going to be in trouble, much like we just saw there.
Yes, we're always told to watch the ball and not listen to the quarterback.
So that'll give some yardage on the penalty for Sprague. The Roseburg penalty takes it down to the 42-yard line, 5 yards. Makes it 2nd down and 5. Witherspoon looking to pass. A lot of contact on the in route intended for Landon Baldwin Branch out in front of him. The pass wasn't going to quite be there, but also got slowed up as he was trying to make his cut with a little bit of incidental contact, according to the officials, a little incidental contact trying to cut back towards the middle of the field. So the incomplete pass will make it 3rd down and 5. The only yardage since they converted in Roseburg territory. The only yardage so far has been on a 5-yard offside penalty by the Roseburg defense. That's why we have a 3rd and 5 here. Ducati Witherspoon, the junior, on the season, 433 yards through the air coming into today with 4 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. He will hand it off, running to the near side, stretching it. Should have the first down as he lost his footing and slides down. Sliding feet first, Isaiah Terronez moves the chains as he takes it to the Roseburg 33.
They're on that play. Number 23, Connor Hahn. He's got to stay outside and keep that contained. He dove inside, and that's why that play was able to get out there.
9-yard pickup on 3rd and 5. Terronez moving Sprague closer to the red zone. They'll have a fresh set of downs here as the clock at 5:49. 7-0 Roseburg in front. Quick pass out to the far side. A big hit, but the defender can't bring him down. It was a collision, but both bodies bump off of each other. Again, it's Terronez on the catch. And with his second effort after that big blast by the Roseburg defense, he's able to pick up good yardage on first down to make it 2nd and about 5.
Those big hits are always great, but if you don't wrap up, they don't mean anything.
It was a 5-yard connection for Witherspoon, who has started out 2 for 3. Shotgun snap, he'll hand it off. Running up the middle goes Kenya Johnson. Kenya Johnson, a junior this year, 6'1", 195. He's rushed for 256 yards and 3 touchdowns. His whistle's stopping things here. Is there a penalty flag out that I'm not seeing? The officials are meeting. The ball at the 22-yard line. There is a penalty flag out here on the near side by the hash marks around the 19. It's at the 22. It would be good enough for the first down where the ball is spotted. We'll see if it stays where it is, if this penalty is against Roseburg or Sprague. And it looks like it's against Roseburg, a personal foul against the defense. And it'll be a first down for Sprague. So they will count it off from the end of that run for Johnson. He picks up 5. And then the penalty on Roseburg will probably be half the distance to the goal line as they take it down to the 11. Yeah, it does cut it in half. 5:09 to go first quarter. Sprague trying to get on the board, trailing 7-0. A keeper for the quarterbacks. They run a wildcat here with Johnson. And the junior running back in the shotgun snap with the wildcat takes it down to the 6 for a pickup of 5. That is something we've not seen any other team do so far this season against Roseburg. I know a popular setup, but haven't seen anybody run the wildcat as of yet. They'll bring Witherspoon back. Still Johnson in at shotgun. He's going to follow some blockers. Looked like he was starting to the left, goes back to the right, gets to the goal line, but is stood up a yard shy as he goes down to the 1 and does not cross the plane. And it's going to be third down. They didn't get it. They can get a first down inside the 1, but Johnson takes it to the 1, picks up 5. Oh, no, they do give him the first down. It's first and goal from the 1. Johnson takes it, goes left side. That's close, but he falls forward across the goal line and in. Kenya Johnson with a touchdown and a penalty flag out at the end of it. Waiting to find out what the penalty flag, the way that came out, I'm kind of thinking it was at the end of the play, once into the goal line, across and into the end zone. Touchdown is good. 6 points on the board for Sprague, and it's another penalty against Roseburg that will likely be assessed on the kickoff. It'll be my guess. A 1-yard touchdown run on a couple of wildcat keepers for Kenya Johnson, and they are a PAT away from tying this one up. The right-footed kicker is Amity Rogers, a senior off of the girls' soccer team. She does the place kicking for Sprague, and she gets that one dead center down the middle of the uprights. The kick is good, and we are tied up at 7-all with 4:24 to go here in the first quarter of tonight's ball game. Let's take a 30-second break, and we'll come back on 541radio.com and on the Score, 92.3 FM and 1490 AM.
Whether it's across town or across the state, moving is always a chore. So let BTB Moving help with your next move. BTB Moving is a labor-only company offering statewide services such as packing and unpacking, loading and unloading, piano moving, cleaning services, and 24-hour emergency services. BTB Moving is an affordable, veteran-owned company here to help with your next move. Call 541-315-0122 or find BTB Moving on Facebook. That's BTB Moving for all your moving.
Sprague marches down the field and answers. A couple of penalties on the drive by Roseburg, but a 10-play drive capped with a 1-yard touchdown run by Kenya Johnson. And the extra point by Amity Rogers makes it 7-7 with 4:24 to go. Rogers will be kicking from the Roseburg 45 thanks to that personal foul penalty that came at the end of the touchdown. Rogers puts a boot behind this one, and it'll be taken at the goal line by Caden Eckel. He goes right across the plane and into the end zone for the touchback. Roseburg will have the football starting at their own 20 with 4:24 to go here in the first quarter. Well, both teams, after an opening drive with a fumble, they go back out there with the offense, and things look a little bit better that next time around.
Yes, they definitely do. It looks like it's going to be an inside the trenches kind of game today.
Out there for their third drive, Roseburg with Owen Bentia at quarterback. Moves a man in motion. It's a keeper, and he'll make a late pitch to Austin on the option and stretched out to the far side. Some good blocking, but nice job by Sprague to fight through it and be able to force Caden Austin across the far sideline for a short gain of about 1.
Yeah, early it looks like Sprague has been sniffing out whatever Roseburg's trying to do.
Well, actually give him to the 22, so Austin on his first carry of the night will pick up 2 yards and make it 2nd down and 8. Looking to pass. Bentia, things open up in the middle. He's got room. He will take it and takes contact. They try to rip the ball out of his hands as he gets to the 28-yard line. That'll be a gain of 6, and it's 3rd and short.
It was a very quick decision. He looked back, didn't see anything was open, and just took off.
And that's been something I think Bentia hasn't really done a lot of, is trying to scramble out of the pocket. They've been asking him to make quick decisions with the ball in his hands, and that was a good, smart one there. He picks up near first down yardage. He needs about 1.5 here. He will give it to Eckel. Eckel across the 30 has the yardage needed for the first down as he goes up the middle over the left guard, and will take it to the 32 for a pickup of 4. Fourth carry of the night for Eckel, the senior running back, closing in on 2,000 for his career, needing 318 yards as he started the night tonight. First and 10, looking to pass. They're going to try to set up the screen. Eckel wide open in the middle. The defense laid off of him, and he's able to weave his way up the left hash mark. And on the far side, not as much of a generous spot as on the near side. It was out to the 39 from what I was looking at. But, yeah, the nose of the football is going to hit the 39-yard line, and a good pickup on first down for the Tribe.
That was a good play call. Sprague looked like they were sprinting in the backfield pretty quick and just dumped it off to Caden Eckel.
7-yard gain for Eckel. Bentia fakes the handoff, play action, out to Austin, and he gets blasted. It would have been close to first down yardage, but he didn't hang on to the football, and a penalty flag out at the end of it. And Caden Austin got lit up as he was looking back for the football. The defender sniffed it out, came up and made a huge hit. I know it looks dangerous, but those feel like, at least in the day when I played football, those were the kind of hits you wanted. As Coach Heiberger talked with us in the pregame show, player safety is huge. That was definitely a hit that you don't like to see guys take, but those were the kind of plays as a we talked about being defensive guys. Those are the kind of plays you wanted.
Yes, and those they tell us like that to – let's see what the call is here.
They call an unsportsmanlike conduct on the defense, so they'll walk it off.
You know, realistically, if you're going to hit a guy, he hit him in a good spot, right in the middle of the ribs. Like, he's not going for his head or too low. You kind of want it in the middle of the body, but it is what it is.
So Sprague will have its first penalty of the night. It takes it to the 46, Sprague half of the field. And it'll be first and 10 for Roseburg. Into Olympians territory again. Looking to try and go with the pass on the wide receiver, and intended downfield for Robinson, but Rackley didn't have enough on it, and I think he's a bit lucky there. That ball not picked off. Only defenders really in the area.
I think Roseburg saw Sprague run that and like, hey, that works, so let's try that.
Rackley, who was the quarterback at times last year when Roseburg was extremely injured and had to just desperate try and find guys to put back there. Rackley spent some time back there. He actually played against this Sprague team, but his pass off the mark there. Rackley will get it here, and some blocking for Roseburg brings Rackley. Now he weaves up the numbers, just keeping the defenders off of him, and a nice block out in the wide receiver core that helps spring that one for Brogan Rackley to pick up the first down to the 24.
The downfield blocking was very important on that play. You love to see it.
A 22-yard connection for Rackley. He'll set up Roseburg at the Sprague 24. Right hash mark, handed off. Eckel, they sniffed that out in the backfield. Coming up to make the stop, Sachet Murata out of the middle of that defensive front for Sprague. In the backfield quickly, not letting Eckel escape. Back to the 26, a loss of 2 on the play for Eckel. Second down and 11. Looking to pass. Bentia rolls to his right. Still eyes downfield. Has some time. Will now loft. It's got a man wide open. Catch made. Brought down quickly. And a nice tackle there, but Dane St. Clair, even better hands to hold on to that football.
Bentia did a great job of improvising. His first option wasn't there, not even a second, so he kept looking around and made a play.
That's a 17-yard completion. And Bentia looking extremely sharp to start out tonight. Looking to pass again, rolls to his right, has time, lofts to the back corner of the end zone, and it's a goal if they're playing soccer, but that's not how it works there. Out of the back of the end zone, incomplete with 1:27 to go. Minute 27 to go here in the first quarter, and that is just the second incompletion on the night for Owen Bentia. He is 9 of 11 through the air, already 118 yards, one of his best games of his career. Pretty young one. He only played a game and a half last year. Minute 27, clock stops, second down and goal for Roseburg from the 9. Looking to pass to his left, whips it out there. Had two receivers in the area. McLean Stedman tried to make a grab, and that led Brogan Rackley to lay off of the pass. It might have been better intended for Rackley, but it falls incomplete.
Yeah, it looks like Sprague here is only sending about 2 or 3 guys at a time. They're dropping even a lineman back at some points.
It'll be third down and goal here with 1:22 to go. St. Clair will spread out to the right side. No tight end in the formation usually for Roseburg. Shotgun snap for Bentia with Eckel to his left. Trips to the left side. Looking to convert here. Go on the slant route. They tried to jump it. The pass too low from Bentia, intended for Robinson. And I praised him for his accuracy, and he throws 3 incomplete passes here on and goal situations. And it looks like the field goal unit will come out. Last year, Jacob Michael, we were getting our introduction to him as a kicker, and last year he hit a 27-yard field goal for Roseburg in the first half against Sprague up there in Salem. He'll try to give Roseburg a lead with 1:20 to go, as he is going to attempt a 26-yard attempt here from the right hash mark. Bentia, the holder, placement down, the kick away, and Jacob Michael will connect. 3 points on the board for the Tribe. Their drive stalls out in the red zone, but they come away with points with 1:16 to go in the first quarter, and they lead it 10-7. We're going to keep it right here as Roseburg gets a lead back in their favor. Scored first with a touchdown. Now it's a 26-yard field goal from Jacob Michael. And for him, that's his first of the season. He had missed on his previous 2 attempts. So he gets his first field goal of the year and puts Roseburg up by 3 with 1:16 to go. Want to thank some of our sponsors that help make Roseburg football possible, like our friends over at the Neal Company Real Estate. Nealco, you can head to nealco.com to check out available properties and rentals. That's Neal Company Real Estate. Appreciate their sponsorship. Along with Susan Gregg, Allstate Insurance, covering all aspects of your life. Contact Allstate agent Susan Gregg at 541-672-4381. 1:16 to go in the first quarter. Back and forth we've gone. 10-7 lead for Roseburg. They'll be kicking away Jacob Michael for the first time tonight. Actually, second time tonight. He'll get a chance to kick it away. And flags stop it as he booted it to the 15-yard line. I'm guessing Roseburg's backing up 5 yards. Well, it's definitely still smoky in the area, but the American flag down on the field is not blowing, so I guess it's just hanging in here tonight. It has not been ideal conditions. The only thing we can hope for is that it doesn't get worse as tonight's game goes along. Roseburg backs up 5 yards on the kickoff. Sprague will get a little bit of a boost here. Michael's got a decent boot, but he doesn't always kick it that deep when it comes to the kickoff. And Coach Heiberger wanting maybe a different football into the ball game. I don't know. They're doing something to check onto the football. So we've got a pause in the action. While we do, remind you that tonight's video coverage of Roseburg football brought to you by the Cow Creek Tribe. We appreciate their sponsorship. And Roseburg football on the score this season brought to you by Chuck Swarman Family Auto Repair. Are you ready to go where life takes you? Appreciate everybody that has found our broadcast, whether you're listening on the radio or following the action with us on our YouTube channel, 1490 The Score. Shout out to everybody making tonight's broadcast possible. Big shout out to Clayton for joining us tonight, as well as Angela Keyran helping out in the booth with the video production this evening, and back in the studio, Connor McLean. Appreciate him running things on the radio side of the broadcast here tonight. So they do back it up 5 yards. They get whatever football it was that they wanted to use for the kickoff, and we're about to get this one underway. 10-7 our score. First quarter action from Roseburg High School. And Michael will kick it away. gets the toe punt, and this ball is actually going to go deeper than the previous kick, down to the 13-yard line, and almost tripped up at the 25, now wrapped up at about the 28-yard line. It's Brayton Loomis that gets mugged by head coach Dave Heiberger. After making the tackle, he makes the stop, and Sprague will have the football at their own 28-yard line.
Roseburg kickoff team did a good job of staying in their lanes there and keeping contained.
Coming up at halftime, we'll take a look at your BTB Moving scoreboard update. Still got a ways to go before we get to that. It feels like, with how much action we've had, it feels like a little bit of a longer first quarter here. There's just been a lot of possessions, a lot of plays to be had.
Looks like Roseburg's going to stay in that three-man front. They've been in the whole game.
No tight into the formation for Sprague. In shotgun is Ducati Witherspoon, who will call for it, hands it off to Kenya Johnson, running over the right tackle. He got stood up pretty quick, and 2 yards across the line of scrimmage. That's as far as he'll make it. He gets to the 30, pickup of short yardage on first down for Johnson. Johnson does have the touchdown run for the Olympians so far, a 1-yard keeper out of the Wildcat position. Under a minute to go here in the first. Witherspoon will call for the second down snap. Claps for it, now pauses, looks to the sideline. He's got 2 targets to either side. Out on the far side, Terronez in the slot. Call for the shotgun snap, looking to pass out to that far side. It is caught by Baldwin Branch. He sprints upfield. He's across the 40, and he is belted down, and a penalty flag comes out from deep downfield. Oh, as I'm looking out there, Tyler Reitman up slow. Not sure if maybe something happened on a block against him or if it was something on the tackle. Any early indications from your part there, Clayton?
I maybe just saw like the big hit, but I'm not sure.
Holding is called against the offense. It's a 5-yard penalty. It'll be second down. Question is going to be, usually that's a spot foul. And they will walk off 10 yards from the 47. So it'll be back at the 37, and it'll stay second down. So they actually pick up 6 yards out of the penalty from where it was had.
Still in the first quarter, but we've seen turnovers and penalties be a big factor in this game.
Yeah, we have. So it'll be second down and a yard for Sprague as they get to replay the down after the penalty, but it's not going to work out for him. Johnson, he got wrapped up in the backfield. It was Nick Parrish that came in to make a hit. I believe that's Nick Parrish. It looks like Nick Parrish, but I don't know if that's the number. Connor Hahn. I think that might be Nick Parrish wearing 23 tonight instead of 27. We'll see if we can try and figure that out as we go to the end of the first quarter. It's 10-7. Roseburg in front of Sprague. 1 quarter in. We'll take a 60-second break and come back here on 541radio.com and on the score, 92.3 FM and 1490 AM.
Hey there, sports fans. Thanks for watching this local sporting event online at 541radio.com. Did you know there's more than one way to watch games online? You can watch games on your laptop or desktop computer, your tablet, or even your smartphone just by going to 541radio.com. But we also use YouTube to stream all of our video broadcasts, which means you could be watching this game on your big screen TV with a number of different streaming devices. You can stream our live YouTube broadcast through your PlayStation or Xbox gaming device, or through streaming devices like Google Chromecast, Apple TV, or Roku. There's plenty of ways to follow this live local sporting event. Plus, you can find past events archived on 1490 The Score's YouTube channel. Find us on YouTube and subscribe today to keep up with the latest in local sports coverage.
Third down and short for Sprague to start things off in the second quarter. There's a penalty flag out as it looked like Ducati Witherspoon looked like he had enough for the first down out to the 40, but there's a penalty flag that might be bringing this one back at the 36-yard line, the line of scrimmage, holding against Sprague. And you mentioned it, Clayton. Penalties have been killers so far in this first half, and there's another one that hurts the Sprague Olympians here to start out the second quarter.
Yeah, it's hard to win ball games or even move the ball when you got penalties almost every play.
So Sprague went from the 36. So I think I got some numbers mixed up at one point in there, but I believe that was a loss of 1 yard on the play to end the first quarter. And then it looked like they had the first down carry, but a penalty will back it up, and now it's third down with the ball all the way back at the 26. They've got to get it to the 38, so 12 yards to go. So the ball back at the Olympians' 26-yard line. Looking to pass to his left, rolls out that direction. Witherspoon trying to run, but he's not quick enough to escape. He is twirled to the field right on top of the 0 on the 30-yard line. And coming in to make a big tackle there, Maverick Akers makes the stop. He's the second leading tackler on the team, comes up with one there. I think actually third leading tackler on the team. And he will stop it for a gain of just 2 by Ducati Witherspoon. And it's 4th down and 10. And the punt unit out. And penalty flags will stop it before it even gets underway. They thought there might be a couple of options at the punter position. Kenya Johnson will be the one out there to punt this one away. But he'll have to do it from a little bit deeper as another penalty against Sprague.
So early on, looked like both offenses were wanting to move fast, and since then, in the second quarter, it seems like it kind of slowed down a little bit. Some of that energy or the amp at the start of the game is kind of slowing down.
So Johnson now will punt it back at his own 10 as the ball got moved back to the 23. And the ball will not be fielded. It'll down in Sprague territory. It hit on the other side of the 50, takes a Roseburg bounce back into Sprague territory, and the Tribe will have a short field to work with here in the second quarter with 11:03 to go, already leading 10-7. So Roseburg has it with 11:03 to play before the halftime break, starting at the Sprague 48. Fourth possession of the night for the Tribe, and it is still Owen Bentia out there. He gives it to Eckel. He goes right, bounces back to his left, and he gets a block that springs him free for a first down and a bit more. He carries it inside the 35 to the 33-yard line, and that is a big pickup of 15 yards for Caden Eckel.
I believe that's the first time we've seen a counterplay. Both guards pulled to the left, and Eckel followed him.
Longest play of the day for Caden Eckel on the ground. He's got 6 carries. 1st and 10 for the Tribe. They move Robinson in motion, give it to Eckel. He goes over the right side and jumping in there, the linebacker making the stop. Braxton Bingham is there to make the play. A short gain on first down to the 31, a pickup of 2.
Looks like Roseburg may have got away with a false start there. The right side of the offense looked like they're a little early.
2nd down and a long 7. Ball just inside the left hash marks. Trips to the left side with Stedman spread out wide to the left. Going to give it to Eckel, and things are wide open in the middle. He's inside the 20, tackled from behind as he goes down to the 20 or the 15, and a penalty flag out in the backfield. There's one defender back there, A.J. Baker and Owen Bentia back that direction as well. I was looking downfield. I didn't see what the extracurriculars might have been, but it looked like some extra pushing and shoving probably happened. Penalty is against the defense.
Looked like he might have said something because there was no physical altercation, so it might have been what he said to Baker.
So that'll tack on at the end of the run. The run went down to the 16-yard line, which is a pickup of 15 for Eckel. Another one of those for him. And now the penalty from Sprague, which they were pretty good early. It was Roseburg getting penalized early, and now it's Sprague getting them all. The ball goes down to the 8-yard line, half the distance to the goal line, and it's 1st and goal for Roseburg with Bentia, Eckel to his left. And he's got 2 targets to either side. Looking to pass to his left before he gets hit. Toss to the end zone, and for the first time this year, McLean Stedman has a 6 on the board. The sophomore has been a hot target, second leading receiver, and he finally finds pay dirt. That pass completion from 8 yards out, and Bentia has his 2nd of the night. And for the first time this year, he connects with McLean Stedman. Out for the PAT. Jacob Michael with the boot. Puts it through the uprights. And Roseburg stretches their lead on top by a score of 17-7. With 10:03 to go in the second quarter, Roseburg in front of Sprague here from Roseburg High School. We'll keep it right here as that caps off short yardage for Roseburg. Only 4 plays needed. They got benefit of a personal foul in there, and not a great punt by Sprague set up Roseburg at the Sprague 48-yard line. So 48 yards, 4 plays, a penalty in there, and Roseburg stretching their lead up by 10. Got to be feeling pretty good. The offense has been able to move and sustain drives. That's been the big issue the last couple of weeks is they've had opportunities, passes going off of guys' hands, a little misdirection, and things just not quite working out. They've had opportunities, though, but keeping the plays and the drives going has been the biggest bugaboo for Roseburg lately.
Yeah, it looked like early Caden Eckel has been pretty shifty and able to keep the ball in his hands and not give it up and run right down the field.
17-7 with 10:03 to go. Roseburg in front. That drive only took 1 minute exactly. Roseburg will kick it away. Tonight's ball game brought to you by Roseburg Honda. Buying a car can be a hassle, but at Roseburg Honda, it's different. Customer satisfaction is their highest priority. Visit Roseburg Honda, where they treat you like family because they are family. Kickoff away, short to about the 24, taken by one of the upmen and run out of bounds. I believe on the return there for Sprague was Beck Olson, a sophomore. So the Olympians had to punt it away on their last drive. They'll have the football starting at their own 30-yard line is where they will end up spotting that football.
For Sprague early, I think they had good success running the football against Roseburg 3-man front. Last drive kind of went away from a little bit. I think they should return back to it this drive.
Might start to get some more of that the wildcat that we saw that ended up resulting in a touchdown for Sprague. They are going to start off with Witherspoon in shotgun, looking to make a quick pass out to the far side. Complete. Catch made. Blocks there. First down and more. Racing out to the far side. Nick Parrish is going to drag down the receiver from behind. Good speed on the outside edge by Kenya Johnson, who makes the catch and will quickly move Sprague into Roseburg territory. And there's the big spark that the Olympians were needing to get back into this ball game.
Yeah, Sprague's come out in that quads look on the left side a couple of times. They've either run a fake pass or ran the screen pass there. And it was great blocking by the wide receivers there.
That will go down as a 37-yard completion to Johnson. Couple of fake handoffs and a keeper for Witherspoon going over the left side. He's a big guy. He's not necessarily quick, but he's a big body to try and bring down, and Witherspoon banging around will pick up good yardage on first down.
Yeah, as a quarterback being 6'3", 210, he's not going to be easy to bring down.
He takes it to the 24 in Roseburg territory. That's a pickup of 9 for the quarterback. Clock running, 9:24. They need just about a yard or a half yard for the first down in shotgun for Witherspoon. Looks for the quick pass to the left side. It's complete. First down and knocked out of bounds on the far side for Terronez. Fresh set of downs now.
This drive, it looks like Sprague's going back to what they did in the first drive when they scored their touchdown. A lot of quick screens and passes.
Picked up 3 on that second down play. Terronez with his second catch of the night. They quickly get to the line. 2 targets to the right side, 2 to the left, and Roseburg jumps in the middle. And that is going to be Jack Bana that got a little aggressive on the snap count and will give up 5 yards for Roseburg.
After a couple big plays, the defense starts to get tired, stop to focus a little bit. You've got to continue every single play to be cut into the game.
First down and 5. Sprague takes a moment to break the huddle, head to the line. Baldwin Branch spread out wide to the right side. Johnson is on the right side as well. No, he's in the backfield. He's weaving his way into the end zone. A touchdown there for Kenya Johnson, and boy, that just felt like it was a bit too easy for the Sprague Olympians right up the field, and they're back within a field goal Well, almost pending the extra point here after a touchdown run of 16 yards for Kenya Johnson.
Yeah, they ran a counter play there. Number 77, Carson Fuerte, came across. They made a great block and opened it up.
Amity Rogers out for the PAT. Right-footed kick was blocked at the line of scrimmage, but a penalty flag came out as the snap was underway. And the play's not going to count here. And it does look like they're calling that against Roseburg, probably coming across the line too early on the PAT block. Second touchdown run of the night for Kenya Johnson, who came in with 3 touchdowns on the ground on the season. Actually, it's a false start against the PAT unit. So Sprague will back it up for a little bit further attempt. This will be from 25 yards out now for Rogers.
And as you can see, Roseburg is stacking the right side to try to block it once again.
So the PAT back 5 yards. And movement again on the left side this time. Roseburg putting the pressure, like you were saying, they're stacking it up, trying to put some pressure on, and they've been able to do it. That time I clearly saw Will Charles take the early step back to try and make sure he was able to keep the Indians out of the backfield and keep them away from the block. But now, do you consider trying to just go for 2 at some point here? But they seem to have faith in Amity Rogers and her foot. They're going to spot the football now. So another 5 yards, and it's back to the 13. So now it's a 30-yard PAT attempt. Roseburg loading up that right side. PAT kick is good. What a boot there for Amity Rogers. And Roseburg putting on some pressure, but could not get into the backfield there. The PAT is good. Let's go ahead and take a 30-second timeout. It is now 17-14. Roseburg still in the lead with 9:06 to go in the second quarter on 541radio.com and on the Score, 92.3 FM and 1490 AM.
Deciding where to purchase your next vehicle is just as important as the vehicle itself. At Roseburg Honda, our seasoned staff is dedicated to matching you with the right car. From sales to service, our goal is to make sure all of your needs are met, and you leave our dealership feeling good every time you visit. No need to waste your valuable time driving up and down the freeway when the ultimate car buying experience is right here at home. Roseburg Honda. We treat you like family.
17-14. A 30-yard PAT by Amity Rogers makes it a field goal game. That's good to know. If a field goal ends up being a big thing here late in this game, Amity Rogers has got a boot. And she'll kick it away again. Angles to the far side. Coming up to get it is St. Clair at the 20. He'll cut back to the left. If he can make one man miss, he might have a big return. He does. He's at the 45, the 50. He's across, and a big block on Rogers down to the 20 for St. Clair. He'll take it inside the 15-yard line, and Roseburg, a big return, but a penalty flag out.
Looks like Sprague, I think, will have a penalty on them. They came and hit a blindside block way behind the ball.
Okay, I was wondering if it was going to be the block on Amity Rogers, the kicker.
It looked a little late.
But she looked like she was, like that was a clean block against her. Now, I know you might think it's a girl out there trying to make a tackle, but she did everything. I give her all the credit in the world. She's listed at 125 pounds and 5'6", and that's a tough task to try and stop a wall of kick return coverage guys coming at you. But now we wait to see what the penalty is on this one, whether or not Roseburg's going to get it inside the red zone or if they're going to be backed up a little bit after a big return by Dane St. Clair. The penalty flag's at the 31. The ball is spotted at the 18. During the run back, blindside block on the kickoff team. So Sprague going to get hit, like you were saying, Clayton, with a blindside block. And Dylan Bradfield looks to the student section and says, let's go, let's hear you. Roseburg's in the red zone after a huge return to the 18-yard line by Dane St. Clair. And then they'll do the half the distance to the goal line, and Roseburg should start this drive at the Sprague 8-yard line.
It's got to be for the energy. Got to be good for the energy for the offense. You get that big of a return, you want to get in the end zone now.
I'm going to put that down at about a 62-yard kickoff return for St. Clair to set up Roseburg in great field position with Owen Bentia in at quarterback in shotgun. He had a passing touchdown last time in the red zone. We'll give it to Robinson on the end around. Robinson following Eckel, who lays a block, trying to cut it upfield. And inside the 5-4 Robinson, down to the 3-yard line. And Eckel was kind of like, if Eckel had had the ball, I think he might have scored. But
yes,
he was trying to weave his way through, trying to find the one guy to block, and he kind of got in the way, and that helped give Robinson a little extra space as he weaved his way inside the 5 down to the 3. A pickup of 5 yards for Brody Robinson on his first carry of the night. Eckel to the left of Bentia. Bentia on the keeper, turns upfield, and the quarterback keeper's in. Touchdown, Roseburg. Penalty flag out. Holding on the Tribe. So take the points off the board, take the excitement back. It's still 17-14. And let me add the extra point there for Sprague. Don't want to take away from what Amity Rogers did with that 30-yard PAT. So Roseburg, a holding penalty from the 3. Actually, they have the penalty flag at about the 5. Where are they going to spot this at here? Looks like they're spotting it at the 13. So from the line of scrimmage, they mark it off 10 yards. A little bit deeper here. It'll be second down and goal, though, from the 13 for the Tribe. 8:33 to go in the second quarter, leading at 17-14. Bentia looking to pass. Has a man wide open. Touchdown, Roseburg! This one's going to stand.
Looked like busted coverage, both the corners looking at each other and not knowing what was going on. Definitely some miscommunication there.
So Roseburg will find the end zone on another touchdown pass for Owen Bentia. And I want to say that was Brogan Rackley on the reception. It was either 8 or 6. And I'm thinking it's 8. PAT for Michael. Kick just before the defender got there. And it is through. A 13-yard touchdown pass from Bentia to Rackley. And Roseburg adds another touchdown on the board. And Michael another PAT. And it is now 24-14. Back up by 10 for the Tribe. We'll go ahead and take a 30-second timeout back here on 541radio.com and on the Score, 92.3 FM and 1490 AM.
To us, pizza the way it ought to be isn't just our slogan. It's our promise and our passion to give you the best dining experience and the best tasting pizza you expect. For over 40 years, we've been making pizza the way it ought to be. Handmade with the freshest and finest ingredients. Our dough is made fresh daily, and we use 100% whole milk mozzarella cheese and toppings edge to edge. There's pizza, and then there's Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza the way it ought to be.
Second touchdown pass of the first half for Owen Bentia. Actually, let me double check on that. Third touchdown pass. I didn't get down Stedman's in on my stat sheet, so we'll add that in there. Kickoff deep to the 15-yard line for Sprague. Up the hash marks, weaving out to the 29 on the return for the Olympians. So let's add in a 8-yard touchdown pass here in the second quarter for Owen Bentia. And his total is 139.
As we go back to the beginning of the game, we're talking about trying to keep that game at home and not give up any home games. You can tell the difference here in the energy in this field compared to what it would be in a away game.
And playing a game on the road on a different day, it just definitely would change a lot of it. So the ball is spotted. They do give him the 30-yard line on the return. Sprague with the football, trailing by 10 once again. They'll run it up the middle with Johnson. He carries a couple of tacklers across the 35. Kenya Johnson, been impressed with the junior. He's a big body at 195 pounds, 6'1", at 42 carries for 256 yards coming into tonight with 3 touchdowns. And he is one of the few guys returning from last year for this Sprague team that lost a lot due to graduation and due to some transfers. Ball out at the 36-yard line after that 6-yard carry by Johnson. Witherspoon will turn and hand it off again. Johnson makes the first man miss, sidesteps out to the 40-yard line, has the first down. They will give him the 41 for a 5-yard gain, and on 2 carries, Kenya Johnson has given the Olympians a fresh set of downs. Tonight's ball game brought to you by Tim's Appliance and Mattress at the corner of Lane and South Stevens in Roseburg. 0% financing is always available. 7:26 and counting, a 10-point lead for Roseburg, 24-14 here in the second quarter. 1st and 10 from the 41 for the Olympians. 2 targets either side. Play action, looking to pass down the field. Has one man down there, 2 defenders out that direction, and the ball is short. And Roseburg had a couple of guys deep in coverage, but that might have been a duck out there. They would have liked to get a guy underneath.
Does look like on Roseburg's defense, they've been running a lot of blitz plays. I've seen those linebackers crashing very hard almost every play.
Kind of thinking there's a few guys wearing different jersey numbers tonight, because I think that was Paxton Burke in coverage, but he's wearing 25, usually sporting number 30. I don't think that was sophomore Elijah Smith. As it stands right now, 2nd down and 10. A triangle or diamond formation with 4 receivers on the near side. Roseburg fights through it, but catch made for Johnson, and he'll make something out of a play that Roseburg almost blew up. A diamond formation on the right side with 4 receivers stacked up. And it goes to the running back, Kenya Johnson, who's able to weave his way back to the middle of the field, get it to the tip of the orange feather near midfield at the 44.
Yeah, Roseburg's defense did a good job recognizing that quad formation out on the right. Usually means screen, and they blew that play up.
Johnson with his 3rd catch of the night. Sets up to the right of Witherspoon. Witherspoon passing. It's that tunnel screen back to the line of scrimmage. The inside screen goes right through the hands of Aiden Andreessen. Incomplete. Stops the clock with 6:33, and there it's 4th down now.
Sprague, it's been hurting them with the penalties, the drops, and the underthrown balls. Those have been the main 3 things that have been hurting Sprague's offense so far.
Well, and they had it there, but that ball maybe a little bit too hard, slung out to that left side on a play that was bringing the receiver back towards the middle of the line of scrimmage, and just got on him a little quick. Punt unit will come out, and it's Johnson looking to kick. He'll have some time. He gets a low, wobbly kick. Takes a nice bounce right to Caden Eckel, the return man. Eckel weaving his way up the middle, goes right into Caden Luther. A penalty flag out, well away from the play. You had Jeremiah LaPre and Byron Irving kind of in the area of that flag, along with a few white jerseys out there. Eckel had taken the ball out to the 32-yard line, a pickup of about 10 on the return. We'll see what the yellow hanky has in store for us here. 6:22 to go in the first half. While we've got a break in the action, let's go ahead and pause 10 seconds for a station identification here real quick. This is Roseburg football here on The Score. Yep. So the call on Roseburg is a blindside block on the return, so they'll walk it off. The flag was at the 35, but it looks like they will spot this at the 17-yard line. So I think must have been from the end of the run. So the Roseburg penalty will put them back at the 17. They'll have the football, 1st down and 10. Leading this one 24-14 before halftime. Looking right, back to his left, going downfield. He's got Stedman down there in the area, but a little overthrown. Double coverage on the sophomore. Stedman, a big body out there. The young man's got a good frame and great speed they like to use. 6 feet, 150 pounds, and he's really been coming on. We worked with his brother Carter last year, helped out with a lot of stuff. Carter's off running at Northwest Nazarene for their cross-country team this fall, but his little, bigger brother is out there making a name for himself now this season in football. Trips to the left side, high snap for Bentia, pitches out to Eckel, trying to make the first man miss. His jersey got kind of pulled, but he stays on his feet. He's going to revert back to the far side. He has got such great balance, and he's got speed to stretch it all the way to the far side, and a late penalty flag as Eckel gets hit late across the white side, and now more penalty flags are out on every official, it looks like, except for maybe the near side judge, has thrown a penalty flag on this play after a spectacular run by Caden Eckel.
That's one of those when you're up in the coach's box, like, no, yo, go.
no, yes.
Yep, exactly.
We'll wait to see what this works out to be, but I think there could be a couple of penalties on this one. Eckel will get a hug and a pat on the helmet from head coach Dave Heiberger after he's a little winded. He'll come back to the sideline. He ran all the way to the near sideline, got spun around by his jersey, raced all the way to the far sideline, and was hit as he was stepping out of bounds, gets hit well into the Sprague bench. The ball spotted out at the 33-yard line, so that's going to be a pickup from the 17, a 16-yard run for Caden Eckel. And then we'll see what's going to work out from all these flags. I think at least one of them has to be a personal foul against Sprague for the late hit. Our Whitecap is going to make his way over here to either talk to Coach Heiberger or give us an explanation of what they plan on doing with this. Multiple flags. All will be administered. So a personal foul. Late hit on the defense. Dead ball personal foul. Late hit on the offense. And then another personal foul. And another late hit on the offense. So that's going to be 2 personal fouls on Roseburg and 1 on Sprague. So I guess 2 of them will negate each other. It'll be a first down after the 16-yard run by Eckel. And then I guess you negate the 2 and then take off 15 for Roseburg because they're all applied. So there you go. 64 yards on the night on that run for Eckel now, as he looks to try and break 100 yards for a second time this season.
You like to see the offense. You got your running backs back, but you got to keep your emotions in check.
So they'll spot the football at the 18. So Roseburg ends up moving 1 yard forward from where they started that play. After a 16-yard gain, they only get 1 yard out of it, but they do get a fresh set of downs. First down and 10 from their own 18-yard line. Bentia in the shotgun position with Akers back there now. Maverick Akers will take it outside the 20 as he runs over the left tackle, and this one is definitely getting a little chippy out there. Brody Robinson with some blocking on the defensive back, Aiden Andreessen. And a little bit of kind of hand jiving at the end of that play as the two sides are definitely competitive here tonight. A 10-point difference in the first half, 5:40 to go and counting after Maverick Akers took it to the 24 for a pickup of 6. Akers stays in the backfield for Eckel, who gets a breather. A keeper here, looked like a design run for Bentia. They wrap him up from behind, but he keeps running. And the defender came up and made a tackle on him. Will Johnston had his arms around Bentia, but he just didn't bring him down. And that's close to the first down marker. They will move the chains on the run by Owen Bentia. And kind of like the other side with Ducati Witherspoon, Bentia's not necessarily the fastest guy with the ball in his hands, but he's tough to bring down there as he works for the first down.
Acts more of a bowling ball. He gets hit, but he always continues to fall forward.
He took it out to the 28-yard line, a pickup of 4. Run up the middle for Akers across the 30 to the 31, picking up 3 yards. Akers has gotten the start at the running back position the first couple of weeks of the season, but tonight the senior, Caden Eckel, getting the chance to start in the backfield. He had plenty of starts under his belt, but he gets the chance to be the guy that starts out there. He's getting a breather right now. Akers stays in to block on the pass play intended down the sideline for McLean Stedman, but Stedman could not get back to the football, and I think a linebacker almost got a hand on that one in the passing lane.
Yeah, it almost looked like a little bit of miscommunication. He was running a streak, and I think Bentia thought he was making a comeback to the ball there.
Owen Bentia, 16 passing attempts here in this first half. He's completed most of them. I've got him down for 11 for 16 through the air in the first half. Clock stopped at 4:28 on 3rd down and 7. And a penalty flag out, as I'm going to guess this is a false start on Roseburg. And it will be. Well, now the penalty's hurting Roseburg a little bit here after forcing a punt by Sprague with 6.5 minutes to go here in this first half. Roseburg had the ball and looked like they had some positive movement, but a couple of personal fouls moved them back and stalled this drive out a little bit. The penalty drops them back to the 26-yard line. They've got to get it to the 38. So 12 yards to go here. Pistol formation for Bentia. Turns, play action as he rolls to his right. Has a man short, going to go on the out route to the far side. St. Clair has it knocked out of his hands at the last minute. He almost came up with a huge play, but the defense comes up with the stop. It was Trayton Foodie who I think got his hand in there to jar that one loose, and almost a big play for a first down.
It was just a good play by the DB. He didn't get there too early, and he got his hands in there and knocked the ball away.
So the incompletion stops the clock, 4:06, and for the Sprague defense, that's about what they wanted to have happen. They got a chance to stop the clock and get the ball back here in this first half. The Olympians will also get the ball to start the second half, so this could be a good opportunity to put points on the board and possibly get the ball to start the second half and get a lead. The kick is away by Michael. It's a high kick, not very deep, but it will take a Roseburg roll, and it is recovered there by, that is Rackley, who will down the punt. His teammates, I think, were hoping he would let that one bounce and maybe roll a little bit and wear some more time off the clock. Sprague gets the ball with pretty good starting position. 3:58 to go in the first half. Coming up at halftime, we will take a look at your first half statistics as well as your BTB Moving out-of-town scoreboard update. We'll take a look at some other scores of note around the Umpqua Basin and beyond. 44-yard line where the offense comes out for the Olympians. Ducati Witherspoon has been helping lead this offense along with Kenya Johnson out of the backfield. The two back there right now, trips to the left side. Roseburg blitz with Reitman. He gets into the backfield and he's able to wrap up Johnson, but Johnson not going to go down easy. He drags Reitman to the 50-yard line, spinning him forward, and he'll pick up 6 on first down.
Yeah, 6'1", 195. He's been a bowling ball and hard to bring down tonight.
He's up to 60 yards on 12 carries with 3:37 to go. The quick pass out to the far side, caught and hit immediately. Good spot by the official on the far side on the catch made. And with that one, that was Jack McAllister on the catch. And he moves the chains as they spot the football to the Roseburg 45. That was a pickup of 5. They go quickly on another pass play. Caught and out of bounds on the far side. That was once again McAllister on another quick grab. He picks up short yardage to the 42.
Looks like Sprague is definitely feeling the pressure of trying to score before halftime. They're running the no-huddle offense.
They'll slow it down a bit here. Trips to the right side. Spread out wide, Baldwin Branch. In the slot is Terronez. And the tight end, Tyler Buchheit, in the middle. Handed off, bouncing off tacklers and stumbling to the ground at the line of scrimmage is Johnson. A penalty flag out on the near side. But the ball stopped at the line of scrimmage on the run by Johnson. Clock those stops with the penalty, 2:45 to go before the break. Waiting on the signal from the officials. Coming up at halftime, the Roseburg band going to be out there marching, and we'll try to get you a little bit of love for some of the cheerleaders that are going to be performing at halftime. It's a false start against the offense, so the play will not count. Sprague with the penalty. Going to be moving back from the 42 back to the 47. Still on Roseburg's half of the 50. So it'll be 2nd down and 12 for the Olympians. 2:45. Waiting for the snap. They'll wind the clock. Looking to pass short. And coming up to make the hit immediately was Hodges on the far side. Landon Hodges makes the stop after a 2-yard gain, but a penalty flag out in the area of a possible hold, I would think. Only a 2-yard gain on the pass completion for Witherspoon. We'll see if the play will stand. A lot of penalties out here in this first half for these two teams. It's a penalty against the offense. So back them up again, back-to-back penalties.
Usually on those quick screen passes, the offensive lineman want to get the defensive lineman's hands down, so they go for the chop block, but it was illegal there.
So the ball from the Roseburg 48-yard line, backing them up. Waiting for them to count it off, and we'll get you a spot where they go to from here. That's going to be a 15-yarder. Back to the 37. Sprague half of the field. So 15-yarder from the Roseburg 48 to the Sprague 37. 2:33, and the clock has wound. 2nd down and long. Witherspoon gives it to Johnson. He just runs up the middle. Not even much of a delay there. You might think they go with a delay handoff, trying to get the defense thinking you're going to pass and clear things up over the middle, but they just gave it right to Johnson, and he chops at the yardage needed, gets it out to the 45, picking up 8. But doesn't get it across the 50. Down to 2 minutes to go in the first half, 3rd down and 20. Stepping up into the pocket, passing, going to have a man downfield on the double pass. It's caught, 1st down, and Sprague is into the red zone.
Maybe that run play was setting it up for the defense, drawing them in a little bit, and now going deep.
Might have. They actually get it down to the 21 on the pass play. That's going to go down as a 24-yard completion to Terronez. Handed off to Johnson, barrels over a couple of defenders. And it'll be 2nd down and short after the hard run there by Kenya Johnson. Takes it down to the 13-yard line, picking up 8. They give it to him again. He tries to run behind a wall of white jerseys, and he'll have enough to push it inside the 10-yard line, down to the 10 exactly. And timeout still left for both sides. The clock will stop as a 1st down gained there by Johnson. He picks up 3 yards. Sprague has not used a timeout yet. They've got 3 left. Clock down to 1:09 to go. Witherspoon looks to the sideline, and Sprague is eating up time here as they try to cut it into a 1-score game. Witherspoon gets the shotgun snap, handed off, running up the middle goes Johnson down to the 6-yard line. And timeout called on 1st down and 10, picking up 4 was Kenya Johnson.
Looks like Sprague's trying to keep Roseburg, give them the least amount of time so they don't even have a chance to go down there and try to score another touchdown.
Well, I think you got to make sure that you get into the end zone here for the Olympians. 48.4 seconds to go before halftime. It is a 24-14 score. And we will see what Sprague, so obviously still 2 timeouts left for Sprague, although they didn't take one off the board on the scoreboard here at at Finlay Field. New real fancy, flashy scoreboard here. But so they'll have 2 timeouts left, 48 seconds to go. It's second down and goal, so the only option is to get the end zone or get a penalty for a first down. You got to be cautious of how you utilize the clock here. A run keeps the clock running unless you call a timeout. So if you're Sprague head coach A.J. Robinson in his first year leading the program, what do you think? Are they going to – Kenya Johnson's been the guy that's been moving the chains for him, it seems.
Yeah, I think they might go back to him, but they also have their kicker in their back pocket. They know they can make it good for 30, so they might just go that route as well.
So out of the timeout, second down and goal from the 6, looking to pass Witherspoon to the end zone. That ball overthrown, and a penalty flag comes out from the back judge. And Roseburg's coach is next to us arguing that should have been a different player called, or a different official making that call rather than the one that ended up throwing the flag. And now a second penalty flag is out, and I got to feel like that second one might be a big one against Roseburg. It might have been a player saying something to the officials after that penalty flag.
That is definitely what it looked like to me as well.
43.9 seconds to go in the first half. It's going to take what was second and goal from the 6 and make it probably first down and goal from a lot closer, but we'll wait to find out here. Pass interference on Roseburg. Going to be So it's a pass interference and an unsportsmanlike penalty against Roseburg. And they're not going to say a fresh set of downs, so it's still going to be second down, and Roseburg's going to take a timeout. The home crowd letting the officials know they're unhappy with how this first half is coming to a close here. Timeout by Roseburg with 43.9 seconds to go. When we come back, the football is going to be spotted at the 2-yard line. Everybody out on the field is lining up. Roseburg called a timeout. There we go. Now they'll get them set up here. Let's go and take a 30-second break. We'll come back with the final 43.9 seconds to go in the first half after this 30-second timeout on 541radio.com and on The Score, 92.3 FM and 1490 AM. Thank you. It's getting chippy, and it's It's been a spirited first half between Roseburg and Sprague, and the Olympians trying to cash in here before the halftime break as they trail 24-14 against Roseburg. 43.9 seconds to go. Tonight's ball game sponsored by Flyaway Travel. Contact their travel experts for your travel plans. Give them a call at 672-5701. So it is second down and goal after the penalty. They've got the Wildcat with Johnson in shotgun. He'll follow some blockers to the right side. He made the first guy miss and scores, but a penalty flag out as he was crossing the goal line. And where that one's at with all the white jerseys out there, that's the call I was expecting. A hold on Sprague. It will move the Olympians back and negate a touchdown run by Kenya Johnson. So the ball goes from the 2. I'll go back outside to the 12.
Pretty interesting formation there. They had a defensive lineman lined up as halfback and then leading the way as a blocker.
You got to love those. That guy is just ecstatic to be out there and be in a blocking position like that, getting a chance to get a running start. They will bring Witherspoon back in at quarterback. He moves Johnson to the right side in shotgun, trips to the left. Johnson will move out of the backfield in motion, going to pass out to the left route. The wheel route wide open, touchdown Sprague. Don't see a penalty flag on the field, and it is Isaiah Terronez with the score. And the Olympians will cash in just before halftime. The touchdown pass to Isaiah Terronez. That'll be the first touchdown pass of the night for Ducati Witherspoon. Amity Rogers out for the PAT and a penalty flag out before she gets the opportunity. Amity Rogers kicked a 30-yard field PAT the last time she was out there. And she drilled it. Really not much of an issue for her.
No, she's looked great tonight.
Even with pressure in her, just coming at her. So the penalty flag, I think they picked. Coach Heiberger's asking what the call was. It's not going to get an explanation before they try the PAT. They didn't move the football, so they're just going to try the PAT here. Roseburg got in and blocked it. And the PAT no good. It will be a 4-point lead for Roseburg with 35.8 seconds to go. So Roseburg able to keep the advantage here. They weren't going to lose it on that PAT, but they keep it a little bit larger after the 12-yard touchdown pass from Ducati Witherspoon connecting with Isaiah Terronez. It is 24-20. Our score, Roseburg in front with 35.8 seconds to go before the halftime break. Whew. It's been a lot to keep track of here in this one.
Very busy. And that extra points could prove very crucial later in the game now that they're down 4 instead of 3.
Couple of trick plays in there so far for Sprague. They've had a couple of wide receiver and halfback passes that they have run, but they've been able to connect on a couple of big plays. Isaiah Terronez, though, capitalizing on a great route run for that touchdown, gets his 4th catch of the night, and he's up to 44 yards here in the first half. Kickoff coming away it's going to be Kenya Johnson on the kickoff here. Last time out there, Amity Rogers got leveled on the kickoff return coverage, but she was not afraid to jump in there to try and make a tackle. Return from the 15, bouncing it to the near side. A space opens up out across the 40 and tackled across the sideline. Brody Robinson will set up Roseburg with maybe a chance with 27 seconds to play here in the first half. Roseburg will have it at their own 43-yard line.
The blocking on Roseburg's kickoff team has been great tonight. They've been seeing lanes open up all over the place.
That they have. Had the big return of 62 yards by Dane St. Clair to set up Roseburg's last score. And now Brody Robinson with a big return will set up Roseburg with 57 yards to try and cover in 27 seconds. Owen Bentia in at quarterback with Maverick Akers to his left. Stedman, the lone target to the left side, looking to the right for Bentia, rolls that direction. He had Austin, throws late over the middle, and it's incomplete. Clock stops with 20.4 seconds to go. That's always kind of a phrase that coaches everywhere clinch at. Throws late over the middle. Always a dangerous spot to go, but he had a receiver there, just threw behind him and could not put the brakes on to get back to the football. 2nd down and 10. Ball on the left hash mark. Robinson and Stedman to the left side. Austin and St. Clair to the left. They pass out of the backfield. It is Eckel. Lost the football. Sprague will have it with short yardage to go. Eckel with the fumble, and it's recovered. I believe jumping on that football, the same guy that got the first turnover for Sprague, Talon Cuniel. The ball at the 44-yard line, Roseburg's half of the field. And Cuniel has 2 fumble recoveries in this one, and Sprague gets the football with 13.4 seconds to go, starting out at Roseburg's 44-yard line.
In this spot, Roseburg's got to be very careful of those trick plays that Sprague's been running all night. They don't want to be caught up in another one tonight.
We were talking about Sprague possibly having an opportunity to get the football back and take a lead in the start of the second half. Here they are with an opportunity after the fumble to try and steal a lead before the halftime break. 24-20 our score. Some of the momentum by Roseburg has withered away, and a penalty flag out before the play. It's going to be a delay of game on the Olympians. So the football will go back across the 50-yard line for the Sprague Olympians. Nope, actually only a 5-yard penalty. They'll back it up to the 49, Roseburg's half of the field. So a little less than 50 yards to go to try and get the lead before the break. Witherspoon passing on the out route to the near side, caught and out of bounds. That is Baldwin Branch with his first catch of the night. And he will pick up good yardage on first down, and more importantly, stops the clock with 9.6 seconds to go before the break. He took it to the Roseburg 38-yard line. Looking to pass. Another one. They go the same route. Caught and out of bounds for Baldwin Branch. And this time, he'll take it to the 28, or make that the 29. So he picked up 11, now picks up 9. First down and 10. And Roseburg going to get penalized for the jump. It was Caden Luther on the near side going early. 6.1 seconds to go in the ball game here in this first half. Roseburg penalty is going to make it even closer, and we've talked about Amity Rogers a lot. They may be moving into her field goal range here, down to the 24. So as it stands from there, it'd be a 41-yard attempt if they were to try it. A timeout taken by Sprague. Their second of the first half. They'll have one more left with 6.1 seconds to go before the halftime break. Roseburg has definitely played well in this first half, but you got to give a ton of credit for Sprague. They have not kind of crumbled under the pressure from Roseburg in this first half. They've been able to stick with it, and now they're putting pressure on. And if they could get a win here on the field to end this first half, there's a lot of momentum coming out of the locker room for them to start the second half and getting the football.
Yes, those turnovers late have proved deadly to Roseburg. And Sprague go down and score a touchdown. It changes the ballgame tremendously.
We'll see what they're able to draw up here. They may have just one play to the end zone. One play, and then if they're able to stop the clock, maybe they try a 41-yard field goal, or maybe they got enough time to try 2 plays to the end zone without a kick.
Yeah, I'm thinking either a trick play or another quick out route to try to get more in her range.
It'll be Witherspoon in shotgun. He's got Baldwin Branch to the near side. He's had 2 big catches on his last 2 possessions. Kenya Johnson will motion out to the right side. Witherspoon looking to pass, looking left side, goes on a short route. Catch, no, in and out of the hands, incomplete. The clock kept running, and it goes to zeros on the scoreboard, but we'll see what the officials say. Roseburg, Coach Heiberger is taking everyone to the locker room, trying to convince the officials that the clock was out. He'll point to the scoreboard. The pass was intended for Aiden Andreessen, who got hit as he was making the catch, and the ball came out. If I'm honest, I would say I think there was probably 0.1, 0.2 seconds left on the clock. I looked up as that ball squirted out, and they said incomplete. And they are going to put 0.1 second left in this first half. So the incompletion actually helps save Sprague an opportunity to try something here in the final second of the first half. I thought they were going to put 0.1 on the board, but they put 1 second on the board. Sprague will use its final timeout here in the first half. Either way, 1 second or 0.1 second, it's not going to change anything. The clock will run on the snap, and the first half will come to a close, but we'll see if Sprague can do anything with that 1 second. Second down and 2, but that doesn't really matter. The ball at the 21-yard line. Looking to pass, Witherspoon over the middle, caught, and that'll be the end of the first half. The ball goes down to the 11-yard line. Pickup of about 13 on that play. With the catch was Baldwin Branch. But the first half will come to an end there as the clock expires. At halftime, it is 24-20. Roseburg in front. And getting the ball to start the second half will be the Sprague Olympians. We'll talk more about the second half action coming up, as well as we'll look at some of the stats from the first half of tonight's ball game. Roseburg leading at the break A spirited and competitive first half of tonight's ball game. Should be a good second half here coming up. We'll come back with the halftime show after this 2-minute timeout, a 2-minute break, and we come back here at Finley Field at Roseburg High School on 541radio.com and on the Score, 92.3 FM and 1490 AM.
Successful companies have a very important secret. Good advertising works and makes them money. That's why your business should contact Lotus Media Group. Let us help you cash in with multimedia advertising. Multiple touches from Douglas County's only Google certified partner and most effective advertising platform. Web, broadcast, print. Make it happen. LotusMediaGroupLLC.com.
To us, pizza the way it ought to be isn't just our slogan. It's our promise and our passion to give you the best dining experience and the best tasting pizza you expect. For over 40 years, we've been making pizza the way it ought to be. Handmade with the freshest and finest ingredients. Our dough is made fresh daily, and we use 100% whole milk mozzarella cheese and toppings edge to edge. There's pizza, and then there's Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza the way it ought to be.
Looking for more local sports coverage? CBS Sports Radio 1490 The Score has you covered. Check out our homepage at 541radio.com for sports stories, scores, and podcasts. And follow us on social media. 1490 The Score is on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. And take the station with you wherever you go with the 541 Radio app. Download the app in your smartphone's app store and get access to a live stream of the station, sports stories, podcasts, and easy messaging with the station and others. Thanks for tuning in to today's broadcast of Roseburg High School Sports on The Score. This broadcast is presented by Flyaway Travel, Fisher's Hearth and Home, Cascade Community Credit Union, Roseburg Honda, BTB Moving, Susan Gregg Allstate Insurance, and also by Dr. Ullenson Randall, DC Farmers Co-op, Mountain Mike's Pizza, Roseburg Disposal, Tim's Appliance and Mattress, Abby's Pizza, and Chuck Swarm and Family Auto Repair.
Halftime here from Finley Field at Roseburg High School, where at the break, the Roseburg Indians lead the Sprague Olympians by a score of 24-20. The Roseburg Marching Band on the field for the halftime show. Looking forward to seeing that play out here. We'll have a look at individual stats and team stats from the first half of today's ball game coming up for you here during the break. We'll also get a chance to look at your BTB Moving scoreboard update, your out-of-town scoreboard update. If you've got a move out of town coming up for you here soon, reach out to BTB Moving. They provide the labor services for your moving needs. BTB Moving, veteran-owned, affordable, dependable, efficient, and careful. They've got senior and veteran discounts available. So book now at 541-315-0122 or find them on Facebook at BTB Moving. 24-20 our score here at the halftime break. Clayton Brelage with me here in the booth. Clayton, you like the way the first half went. I'd say for both teams, really probably feel good about that first half, but I would say the momentum a little on the side of Sprague going into the locker room. They really put some pressure on Roseburg, started to move the ball and found success, and Roseburg a couple of frustrating moments where they kind of hurt themselves with penalties. So I think as they go into the locker room, either a Roseburg fan driving by on I-5 or somebody was a little road raging out there. I'm not sure. Either way. But as I was saying, I'd say that the momentum a little bit on Sprague's side, but both teams have a lot to be excited about and happy about in that first half.
Yeah, I think both teams moved the ball well. You had a big chunk plays. I think the average per play was probably over 5 yards for both teams, really.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, we had a lot of back and forth, a lot of drives, not many punts, and long drives out there. So both teams able to sustain some drives and make some things happen, which is pretty cool to see for Roseburg, who had struggled at that lately. And I know for the Sprague fans that might be tuning in and following the action with us tonight, they're probably excited to see that as the Sprague Olympians are looking to try and pick up their first win of the season as well as their first league win here tonight. We're going to get an opportunity to listen a little bit to the Roseburg Band as they get ready to perform for us here during the halftime break. They will get this one started. So we'll let the band play for a little bit here on the Score, as we love to give them the opportunity to shine tonight as well. This is the Roseburg High Marching Band. The Roseburg High School Marching Band performing for us here at halftime. Do believe that they've got a cheerleading performance going to be coming up here at the break as well. We had somebody reach out to us on 541radio.com asking to showcase that a little bit. So if we get an opportunity, I think they might be setting up in the wings off on the far side. So they could be coming up next here at halftime. So we'll go ahead and take a break here at halftime. And we will get an opportunity to take a look at some more of the stats and get you that cheerleading performance that's going to be coming up here in just a few moments. So let's take a 2-minute break and be back with more halftime. Roseburg leads 24-20 over Sprague on 541radio.com and on the score, 92.3 FM and 1490 AM.
Mountain Mike's, pizza the way it ought to be.
When the first Cascade branch opened in 1948, things were a lot different here. The fact they're still here says a lot about the way they do business.
Staying in business for 75 years requires the cooperation of generations. It's the desire to learn and grow with your community.
My account number is only 5 digits long. What that tells me is that this is a local credit union.
Cascade Community Credit Union would like to thank you for 75 years of growth and support here in Douglas County.
Deciding where to purchase your next vehicle is just as important as the vehicle itself. At Roseburg Honda, our seasoned staff is dedicated to matching you with the right car. From sales to service, our goal is to make sure all of your needs are met, and you leave our dealership feeling good every time you visit. No need to waste your valuable time driving up and down the freeway when the ultimate car buying experience is right here at home. Roseburg Honda. We treat you like family.
Are you an enthusiastic sports fan? Want to have fun and get in on the action?
Heck, yes, that'd be awesome.
Have great attention to detail? Want to stay active?
Definitely.
Want to give back to the student athletes in your community?
Obviously, yes.
Then you'd make an excellent high school sports official. We need more officials in Oregon, because with no high school officials, there are no high school sports. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Back here at Finlay Field, where Roseburg leads at the break 24-20. Sprague will get the football to start the second half. Stick around in the postgame show when we will name tonight's Mountain Mike's Pizza Player of the Game. If you're getting home late or you are getting a little peckish as your evening wears on, hit up Mountain Mike's Pizza the way it ought to be. They're at the corner of Bellows and Harvard here in Roseburg. Could almost see them from where we're at here. If the buildings weren't in the way and maybe if the I-5 bridge wasn't there, we might be able to pick out Mountain Mike's over there. But they're not that far from where we're at here at Roseburg High School. Taking a look at the first half numbers here tonight for the Sprague Olympians. And these are unofficial numbers here tonight for Ducati Witherspoon. I've got him down for 12 for 15 through the air, 109 yards, and a touchdown pass of 12 yards here tonight. They have a couple other passes. One was Kenyon Johnson for 35 yards on a trick play, and another one was another trick play for 24 yards. I realized after I wrote it down, that wasn't the quarterback, and I forgot to figure out which number it was that made the pass. So it might have been Johnson for a second time. I'm not 100% sure on that one, but a couple of non-quarterback throws in the game for Sprague. On the receiving end of those, Isaiah Terronez is got 4 catches for 44 yards and a score. And Landon Baldwin Branch, 3 catches for 33. Aiden Andreessen, 35 yards on 1 catch. 48 yards on 3 catches for Kenya Johnson. And 2 catches in the game for Jack McAllister for 8 yards. On the ground, Kenya Johnson, 16 carries, 83 yards, and 2 touchdowns, a 1-yard run and a 16-yard run. On the other side for Roseburg, Owen Bentia, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So he is 11 for 18 through the air, 139 yards, and 2 touchdowns in this one. make that 3 touchdowns. He's got an 8-yard touchdown pass to McLean Stedman, a 9-yard touchdown pass to Brody Robinson, and a 13-yard touchdown pass to Brogan Rackley tonight for Owen Bentia in one of his best performances of the season. On the ground, Caden Eckel, 10 carries for 65 yards, does have a fumble, no score. Also, let's see here, Bentia with 14 yards on 3 carries, and that's kind of the leaders here tonight so far for Roseburg. At the half, they lead 24-20. We've got a youth cheerleading event going on here tonight. Let's see if we can get a listen on this. I'm not sure who all is here participating here tonight, but some youngsters out there with the Roseburg cheerleaders as they perform here at the halftime break, and they're going to work a couple of different sections, it looks like. Good turnout for the youth cheerleading squads out there, and it looks like they've got a couple of different age groups. The really young ones just going there. These look like more like maybe almost middle schoolers possibly, but everybody looks super young to me nowadays. So. Nice job by the crews out there for the cheerleaders here at halftime. Appreciate them coming out and entertaining the fans at the break. 24-20 our score. We're going to go ahead and work in another 2-minute timeout. When we come back, we will take a look at the BTB Moving out-of-town scoreboard updates here from 541radio.com and on the Score, 92.3 FM and 1490 AM.
Successful companies have a very important secret. Good advertising works and makes them money. That's why your business should contact Lotus Media Group. Let us help you cash in with multimedia advertising. Multiple touches from Douglas County's only Google certified partner and most effective advertising platform. Web, broadcast, print. Make it happen. LotusMediaGroupLLC.com.
To us, pizza the way it ought to be isn't just our slogan. It's our promise and our passion to give you the best dining experience and the best tasting pizza you expect. For over 40 years, we've been making pizza the way it ought to be. Handmade with the freshest and finest ingredients. Our dough is made fresh daily, and we use 100% whole milk mozzarella cheese and toppings edge to edge. There's pizza, and then there's Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza the way it ought to be.
Looking for more local sports coverage? CBS Sports Radio 1490 The Score has you covered. Check out our homepage at 541radio.com for sports stories, scores, and podcasts. And follow us on social media. 1490 The Score is on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. And take the station with you wherever you go with the 541 Radio app. Download the app in your smartphone's app store and get access to a live stream of the station, sports stories, podcasts, and easy messaging with the station and others. Thanks for tuning in to today's broadcast of Roseburg High School Sports on The Score. This broadcast is presented by Flyaway Travel, Fisher's Hearth and Home, Cascade Community Credit Union, Roseburg Honda, BTB Moving, Susan Gregg Allstate Insurance, and also by Dr. Ullenson Randall, DC Farmers Co-op, Mountain Mike's Pizza, Roseburg Disposal, Tim's Appliance and Mattress, Abby's Pizza, and Chuck Swarman Family Auto Repair.
Here at Roseburg High School at the halftime break, our score 24-20, Roseburg in front of Sprague. Let's take a look at the BTB Moving out-of-town scoreboard updates. From the Southwest Valley Conference Special District 1, the one score to pass along to you tonight that I've got so far, and let me double check on some other things. I might be able to figure some out. You've got Sheldon leading McNary at, not sure what point in the game they are at there, but Sheldon leading McNary 21-0. So the Irish in control in that one. That is the only score at the moment that I have from the Southwest Valley Conference Special District 1. South Medford is hosting South Salem tonight. They've got some big matchups. North Medford and North Salem, and South Medford and South Salem. So the Norths versus Souths. Those 4 teams all leading the way in the conference right now. North Salem, South Medford, all 3-0. North Medford 2-1, so they could get a win and try and find their way into the top of the standings there as well. Waiting to see if I can get a score update via Table Rock Sports on that South Medford South Salem game, and North Medford's on the road at North Salem, so I'm not sure if there's anybody broadcasting that one up that direction. But Sheldon, after an 0-2 start to the season, they get a win in their first league game last week. They're leading 21-0 against McNary, which came in at 0-3 on the season into that contest. For around the Umpqua Basin tonight, it does look like everybody is playing, so that is good news. And one score that I have to report to you at the moment, 46-12 at halftime, Oakland leading over Illinois Valley in that one. I did finally get an update here in the third quarter. South Salem leading South Medford from Spiegelberg Stadium 31-14. South Salem in front in that contest. So South Salem looking to try and hang on to the lead in the Special District 1 standings. Other matchups going on for local teams tonight. You've got Douglas at home against Phoenix this evening. South Umpqua at North Valley. Sutherland on the road at Brookings Harbor. That game on I-101 FM. Glide is hosting Bandon tonight. Elkton and Glendale met earlier this afternoon, and Days Creek and Powers squared off earlier this afternoon as well. From the world of college football tonight, no top 25 teams in action, but right now Boise State and San Diego State going at it. They're in the second quarter. San Diego State leading 17-14 over Boise State. And just about to go to halftime, San Jose State leading Air Force 20-10. A couple of Mountain West Conference matchups there. Wisconsin gets a win over Purdue tonight in the Big Ten, 38-17. And NC State over Virginia, 24-21 tonight as well. There's some college football scores for you. And don't forget, college football coming up tomorrow here on The Score. Oregon State taking on Washington State to begin Pac-12 play. A top 25 showdown between number 14 OSU and number 21 Washington State. That's a 2 o'clock start for pregame, 4 o'clock kickoff for that one from Pullman, Washington. And then also you've got the Oregon Ducks taking on the Colorado Buffalo tomorrow at 12:30 at Autzen Stadium. And pregame coverage will start at 10:30 on News Radio 93.9 FM and 1240 KQEN. Clayton, what do you think about Pac-12? 8 teams ranked in the Pac-12. They could be quite possibly the best college football conference in the nation. Nice way to go out, I guess. If the ship is sinking, you might as well go out feeling good about it.
I was just going to say, I don't even think it's sinking. If we're all doing great, why don't you just keep it together?
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case. Just started to realize, I saw Coach Heiberger's out there, and I think he was... Oh, no, those are his coaches, Zach Mandera and Nick Heiberger. They were out there talking. I see Roseburg's principal out there. There's a lot of fans kind of heading around to the other side of the field, and I don't know if those are just fans returning to their seat after coming over for the bathroom, but I'm hopeful we're not getting a repeat of last year when the game was canceled at halftime against Nelson because of the air quality. We've been keeping an eye on it. It's been right there at the low unhealthy range based on what we've been looking at. And I kind of wonder, the clock has stopped at 3 minutes, and I think that's usually the 3 minutes that they put on the board after the 15 minutes run out, because I don't never get that. Why not just put 18 minutes on the board, whatever it is? But they're in a holding pattern here, and we might be waiting to see how this game wears out. It's already been a long first half. It might be a long halftime here.
Yeah, it almost looks like maybe they're waiting for a delay to see if the wind will push it away a little more. I'm not sure.
Some other scores that were just getting passed along to us here. Some finals from earlier in six-man football. Powers beating Days Creek 45-6. 45-6. Powers beating Days Creek, and Elkton beat Glendale 47-12. Some finals from earlier today in six-man football, playing before the sun goes down. It's kind of hard to tell exactly how smoky it is out here at the moment unless you're looking at the airnow.gov, but the moon is rather orange. I don't think it's supposed to be orange. So, yeah, there you go. Well, Clayton, we were talking some Pac-12 football there before I interrupted with thoughts that this game is unfortunately possibly in a holding pattern here with the smoky conditions. I can't remember. OSU fan, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts about Beaver football and how they've looked with DJ Uiagalelei at quarterback, and their defense has been pretty good? What do you think about their chances tomorrow against Washington State? This is going to turn into a sports talk show now, apparently, folks.
Yeah, no, I enjoy it. I enjoy seeing Oregon State ranked. It's been quite a while since we've been in a top 25 and actually considered a competitive football team, so I've been really happy with their performance.
Yeah, they've definitely been competitive, and it's good to see Jonathan Smith really been building that program. I fear what their future might hold and what that might mean for Jonathan Smith as the head coach of Oregon State. I was chatting with some friends earlier today that if Oregon State gets relegated to a non-Power 5 status going forward, what are the likelihood of him staying as the head coach? He's a perfect fit there, but can't blame a guy for wanting to be competing at the top level with the top resources. And unfortunately, if Oregon State drops down to a non-Power 5 team, they may feel like a Power 5 school, but if the revenue's not coming in like a Power 5 school, that really hurts their opportunity to compete at that bigger level. So definitely some area of concern for Oregon State in that realm going forward. I mean, what would you, as a fan, I'm sure you've probably followed some of the ideas that are out there. What would you like to see happen for the Oregon State Beavers?
Well, I'd like the Pac-12 to stay together. Obviously, it's been a running Pac-12. That whole conference has been there for quite a long time. I like the tradition, and I get, sometimes it does come down to the revenue and the money, and that's kind of what the end-all, be-all is. But it'd be nice to see the Pac-12 stay together and move forward.
Wouldn't that be nice? I'm in the camp where I feel like college football and college athletics are possibly, I think there's a glacial tectonic shift coming in college sports that might be able to return us to these regional rivalries that we all are used to and love. The Washingtons and Oregons obviously staying in the Big Ten. They stay together, but, the Apple Cup, the Civil War, those matchups, those are just, it's a shame if we end up losing all of that. We'll see how this continues to go here as we kind of fill some time here on the radio. Joey Kieran and Clayton Brelich with you. Looking through the chatting here on the live stream. Pretty cool to see that Roseburg High School class of 73 having their 50th class reunion coming up this weekend. Cool. Glad to see that they are getting a chance to tune in and join us on the broadcast. Not sure if maybe some of them made it out to the game. I think last weekend they had a few reunions going on here at the football game as well. They've got a meet and greet earlier today at Abby's Pizza, and they are attending the football game. Some of them are attending the football game here tonight. So welcome into the game. Glad to have you back. And, I didn't grow up in the area, so I'm not having a class reunion at Roseburg High anytime. But I got to feel, no matter where life takes you, if you come back for some sort of reunion here in Roseburg, Abby's Pizza feels like one of the places you got to be.
Yeah, I remember growing up, after flag football, even sometimes we'd have our end-of-season parties there. So it definitely brings back a lot of memories.
I'm sure it does. And Abby's Pizza, one of our many sponsors, Abby's, legendary pizza and a legendary pizza tradition. That is for sure. Well, we're in a holding pattern at the moment, and I'm pretty sure it's due to air quality. Fans for the visiting section on the far side of the field still here, so that's good. But there's been a lot of traffic seemingly heading to the far side of the field, maybe to the gates to exit here tonight, which is definitely a bit concerning. We've sent our crack staff out there to try and see if they can dig up some information. Angela Kieran helping out tonight. My wife, she is a saint for being a part of this. She's had a long day of work, and then she volunteers her time to be here with us, and we appreciate her running around to see if she could dig up any information. I'm guessing weather delay until 9:15, because why not? We're trying to get this one in tonight, and we're going to see if we can manage that before it gets too late here this evening. Everybody's here. We might as well try and get it in. All right, so that's the status right now. Let's go ahead and we'll get in another timeout here real quick so that you don't have to listen to us yap on and yap on. But this might be as many people listening to my sports talk show that I do from noon to 2 every day on the Score listening on the video stream tonight. So there we go. We're at halftime. It's 24-20. Roseburg in front of Sprague, and we are in an air quality delay waiting to figure out what's going to happen to the conclusion of this football game. We'll go ahead and let's make it a 3-minute break. Let's take a 3-minute break, and we will come back with more from Roseburg High School as Indians and Olympians squaring off tonight here on 541radio.com and on the Score, 92.3 FM and 1490 AM.
Hey there, sports fans. Thanks for watching this local sporting event online at 541radio.com. Did you know there's more than one way to watch games online? You can watch games on your laptop or desktop computer, your tablet, or even your smartphone just by going to 541radio.com. But we also use YouTube to stream all of our video broadcasts, which means you can be watching this game on your big screen TV with a number of different streaming devices. You can stream our live YouTube broadcast through your PlayStation or Xbox gaming device, or through streaming devices like Google Chromecast, Apple TV, or Roku. There's plenty of ways to follow this live local sporting event. Plus, you can find past events archived on 1490 The Score's YouTube channel. Find us on YouTube and subscribe today to keep up with the latest in local sports coverage.
Whether it's across town or across the state, moving is always a chore. So let BTB Moving help with your next move. BTB Moving is a labor-only company offering statewide services such as packing and unpacking, loading and unloading, piano moving, cleaning services, and 24-hour emergency services. BTB Moving is an affordable veteran-owned company here to help with your next move. Call 541-315-0122 or find BTB Moving on Facebook. That's BTB Moving for all your moving needs.
For over 100 years, Douglas County Farmers Co-op has been serving the needs of farmers, ranchers, and homeowners throughout Southern Oregon. Here, everyone is welcome. When you shop with us, you can expect good people, good products, and good advice. No membership needed. Just bring yourself, and we'll provide the expertise and products you need to tackle your next project. Douglas County Farmers Co-op, where everyone is welcome to shop.
Whether it's across town or across the state, moving is always a chore. So let BTB Moving help with your next move. BTB Moving is a labor-only company offering statewide services such as packing and unpacking, loading and unloading, piano moving, cleaning services, and 24-hour emergency services. BTB Moving is an affordable veteran-owned company here to help with your next move. Call 541-315-0122 or find BTB Moving on Facebook. That's BTB Moving for all your moving needs.
At Douglas County Farmers Co-op, we want your four-legged friends to be healthy and happy. That's why we stock a carefully curated selection of pet, equine, and livestock supplies. From the premium foods your pets crave to grooming and show supplies that help you shine in the show ring, you'll find it at Douglas County Farmers Co-op. Our knowledgeable staff are here to help with those tough pet and livestock care questions. Stop by or shop at DouglasCountyFarmersCoop.com.
Sitting here in the press box at Roseburg High School, where tonight the Roseburg Indians, a good first half against Sprague, leading 24-20, but we wait to see what is in store. It was kind of a bit of a question to start out the night, whether or not we were going to get this game in with the air quality the way it was. Haze and smoke rolling into the region at right around 5 o'clock this afternoon. It really started to roll in thick, and it has continued to deteriorate here this evening, and right now we're waiting to see if anything improves as this evening wears on. Before we dive into more thoughts on that, let's go ahead and pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Roseburg football on the Score. (24-20) the score at halftime. Roseburg in front of Sprague. Another quick check of your BTB Moving out-of-town scoreboard. We did get an update from Grants Pass area where things were, it seemed like, worse than they were here down there, but they got their game underway, and believe it or not, they were moving at a pretty good clip down there. South Umpqua, with 1:38 left to go in that game, was trailing 21-13 against North Valley. So that one getting down to the nitty-gritty. Kenny Sherman covering that one on DouglasCountySportsOnline.com. That was a few minutes ago that he sent it, so they might be down to the final few plays of that game, looking to see if South Umpqua has a rally in them to maybe tie that one up and force it into overtime. Clayton Brelledge with me here in the booth. Clayton, you said you were up at Diamond Lake today for work this afternoon, and as you were rolling back into town out of the hills out there in Clyde, it did not look good as you were coming in.
No, we didn't. We were up at a comm site, so up on top of a mountain, and we could see pretty much the whole valley, and there was smoke everywhere. The whole entire sky was covered in it. We could see it just kind of floating in. Yeah, that's brutal there that unfortunately we have been kind of just this sneak attack on this this weather coming in here. And from what we were informed from our news director, Kyle Bailey, on News Radio 93.9 FM and 1240 KQEN, that DFPA said that the smoke rolling into the region from fires south of us, I'm not sure if that's the Anvil fire that's over on the coast or maybe some fires out of California that were blowing up this way, but the winds must have changed pretty dramatically. Now, the wind blowing right now, I'm not sure if that's a good direction or not, but the American flag is waving around. Not sure if we'll get a update or an improvement to what's going on at the moment, but here's hoping that things will improve. They're waiting for the latest update to airnow.gov, the kind of official site to use for air quality index, which is what we need to feed. We need to be 150 or less to be able to continue and drop out of the unhealthy range. It doesn't sound much better to be in the unhealthy for sensitive groups, but at least it's not in the unhealthy range. So that is kind of what we're hoping happens, and that usually takes a little bit to update after the top of the hour. And so they were expecting by 9:15 to get an opportunity to find out what's going on. Another scoreboard update for you here from down on the southern Oregon coast in Brookings Harbor. Sutherland up 42-0 over Brookings Harbor in the fourth quarter there, as the Bulldogs look to improve to 2-2 on the season after their big win over Douglas last week. Down on the sideline, you've got the administration for Roseburg. I thought Adam Blue might have been in that group. I don't see him down there. He might be. He's over here talking with what looks like maybe some administration from Sprague over there. And Coach Heiberger's out on the field talking with, I believe, A.J. Robinson, the head coach for Sprague. So everybody's out there, all the coaches and administrators, athletic directors, they're all out there trying to figure out what the heck is about to happen here. But we've been stuck in a weather delay waiting to find out if the AQI is going to be an improvement here at the 9 o'clock hour, or if they may need to say this game is done. The officials have come back out of the locker room. That looks like cheerleaders leaving over there. That's not necessarily a positive sign, if I do say so myself. Let's see here. Let's see if my phone updates. Now, still reading 8 o'clock, and it was right on the bubble at 1:53 at 8 o'clock. It needs to be under 150. So we're not far from being able to squeeze this one in, but we shall see once this updates if they get the information they need to try and keep this game going. Joey Keyran and Clayton Brelledge here with you, and waiting to find out how this Friday night from Roseburg High School's Finley Field will work out for us. And it looks like Coach Heiberger wandering over, watching him to see what his reaction and his body language says. The question I have here is, last year we saw this happen against Nelson, where the game was canceled at halftime and they didn't finish the game. I don't know if you could convince Sprague to come back tomorrow to finish this game, if you could convince them to find a place to stay tonight, if they open up the gym and say, we'll get you some sleeping bags, we'll see what we can do, let's put out a call to see if you can keep you guys here and play again tomorrow. Or if they just cancel this one, but it would be a loss for a second straight year that Roseburg would lose a game on their schedule, and this would hurt even more because right now Roseburg leading. Now, granted, Sprague was showing life, so it's not like Roseburg is guaranteed a win in this situation, but, for either one of these teams, this would be a huge loss if this game doesn't go final, because it's a game that both teams would very much like to get in the win column tonight. So
I know that there's probably regulations about some of this. Last year, it was kind of the same scenario. It was a 2-point game at halftime. Nelson leading 14-12 over Roseburg when the game was canceled, and they never made it up. It was an unofficial game. Neither team got in that 9th game during the regular season. And so Roseburg finished the season with 8 games. Nelson did make it into the postseason, so they got in a couple more. But last year it was disappointing that they didn't finish that game. This year it would be extremely disappointing if they don't get a chance to finish this one and make it official as well. We are nearing the time limit we were given of 9:15 to find out whether or not this game is going to continue. So why don't we go ahead and take another 2-minute timeout. When we come back, hopefully we'll have some more idea of where we're going with Roseburg football tonight for you here on The Score. So we'll take a 2-minute timeout and be back after this here on 541radio.com and on The Score, 92.3 FM and 1490 AM.
Successful companies have a very important secret. Good advertising works and makes them money. That's why your business should contact Lotus Media Group. Let us help you cash in with multimedia advertising. Multiple touches from Douglas County's only Google certified partner and most effective advertising platform. Web, broadcast, print. Make it happen. LotusMediaGroupLLC.com.
To us, pizza the way it ought to be isn't just our slogan. It's our promise and our passion to give you the best dining experience and the best tasting pizza you expect. For over 40 years, we've been making pizza the way it ought to be. Handmade with the freshest and finest ingredients. Our dough is made fresh daily, and we use 100% whole milk mozzarella cheese and toppings edge to edge. There's pizza, and then there's Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza the way it ought to be.
Looking for more local sports coverage? CBS Sports Radio 1490 The Score has you covered. Check out our homepage at 541radio.com for sports stories, scores, and podcasts. And follow us on social media. 1490 The Score is on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. And take the station with you wherever you go with the 541 Radio app. Download the app in your smartphone's app store and get access to a live stream of the station, sports stories, podcasts, and easy messaging with the station and others. Thanks for tuning in to today's broadcast of Roseburg High School Sports on The Score. This broadcast is presented by Flyaway Travel, Fisher's Hearth and Home, Cascade Community Credit Union, Roseburg Honda, BTB Moving, Susan Gregg Allstate Insurance, and also by Dr. Ullenson Randall, DC Farmers Co-op, Mountain Mike's Pizza, Roseburg Disposal, Tim's Appliance and Mattress, Abby's Pizza, and Chuck Swarm and Family Auto Repair.
Joey Kieran and Clayton Brelage with you. We are thankful that everybody has stuck around with us to try and see how this one plays out. You guys apparently have nothing better to do on a Friday night than listen to us fill time and airtime here, which I should do here real quick. I want to say thanks to many of our sponsors that help make this possible. Sponsors like Flyaway Travel and Fisher's Hearth and Home, serving Douglas County for over 30 years with the largest selection of wood, gas, pellet, and electric stoves and fireplaces in the area. That's Fisher's Hearth and Home. Also, Dr. Olympians Randall, Family and Cosmetic Dentistry. You can visit drrandall.com or call them at 541-378-6694. And our sponsors, DC Farmers Co-op, where everyone's welcome to shop, and Cascade Community Credit Union belong to Douglas County. I will put in the plea and the plug here that if you have the opportunity to hang out, not hang out, but go by any of our sponsors. I mean, you can go hang out at their place. I'm sure they would prefer if you spent some money with them. But if you have the opportunity to go support any of the sponsors that support us here on the radio to do what we do, we would appreciate you guys doing that so that we can, say thanks to them and continue doing this. Keep the doors open, the lights on, and the microphones on the air. They are making an announcement over the PA, but I can't make it out. They might be announcing the 50-50 winner. That'll get them excited out there. Again, waiting to find out what the AQI is for Roseburg. Seeing some comments on the YouTube video stream that it went up to 160-something. airnow.gov still reading the 8 o'clock hour number. So that's the one that they go off of. And it was 153 at 8 o'clock. So that's the number that they go off as the airnow.gov. I know there's a lot of different readings you can find out there, but that is kind of the one that they use. There's a few other ones, and one of the other ones that I usually look at and rely on is still not reading good numbers at the moment. It's a little bit different than airnow.gov, but it's not far off, and it's not any better. So it's not seeming like it's trending in the right direction for us here at the moment, but we will continue to wait until we get an official announcement on all of this. We have hit just about 9:15 here. Yeah, it usually takes a little bit, about 15, 20 minutes for it to finally post to airnow.gov, is what somebody else is saying on the YouTube channel there, and that is absolutely the experience I have had. First half was pretty exciting. Let's recap what we saw in the first half, because we got nothing else better to do right now, so we'll go ahead and do that. Both teams started out with a fumble on their first possession. There's people clapping, and I guess they got the reading they want. They're going to get it going. They're saying, let's go. Get them out here. Let's play this football game. So I guess our prognosticating is not going to – it's not what they're thinking down there on the field. I still have the 8 o'clock reading on my phone, but I guess they're going to try to finish this one. So we're probably, I would guess, maybe 15 minutes away from getting this game back up and going, given the teams – although they may just do the 3 minutes and get them out here and get them going. But recapping again the first half. Both teams started out with a fumble on their first possession. Roseburg took a 7-0 lead on a 9-yard touchdown pass by Owen Bentia to Brody Robinson. PAT good from Jacob Michael, 7-0. Sprague would get a touchdown on their next possession as both teams start out the game with a fumble and then a touchdown. It was a 1-yard touchdown run by Kenya Johnson. PAT was good. And we were tied at 7 with 4:24 to go in the first quarter. The newest reading on airnow.gov is in the unhealthy for sensitive groups, and I don't know if everybody's ever been so excited for a reading like that. The Olympians are out of the locker room, and it looks like we're going to have some more football. It was a 26-yard field goal by Jacob Michael that gave Roseburg a 10-7 lead in that first quarter, and that's where it was at the end of one. In the second quarter, Roseburg stretched the lead to 10 with a 17-7 score on an 8-yard touchdown pass from Owen Bentia connecting with McLean Stedman. Sprague would answer back, though. They'd get it back to a 3-point game on a 16-yard touchdown run by Kenya Johnson. And the PAT was good. It was 17-14 with 9:06 to go in the first half. After a 62-yard kickoff return by Dane St. Clair set up Roseburg with a short field. Bentia, his third touchdown pass of the first half, connecting with Brogan Rackley from 13 yards out. The PAT good. It was 24-14. But then a punt by both teams, and Sprague would get the football. They would drive 56 yards and score on a 12-yard touchdown pass from Ducati Witherspoon connecting with Isaiah Terronez from 12 yards out. The PAT was blocked. It was a 24-20 score, and that is where we're at right now. Sprague would drive all the way to the Roseburg 11-yard line, but time would run out in that first half. So I guess the reading was good enough. Oh, boy, they put 20 minutes on the scoreboard before we get this one back up and running. How do other people's updating? Mine's still saying 8 o'clock on my airnow.gov. Here comes Roseburg and the home fans that have hung out and stayed with us. Oh, they are excited to see those boys coming out of the locker room as the second half of football will be coming up. We got a little bit of time here before we get there. But I think everybody excited about the fact that it looks like we're going to get a second half of football here coming up. Again, at the break, it's 24-20. Sprague will get the football to start the second half on the opening kickoff of the second half. And we'll be here with you until this one goes final. Some of us will be here. I'm not sure if everybody's willing to stick through the whole night. No, we'll all be here. 24-20 our score. Let's go ahead and take another 2-minute break as the teams get warmed up and we get ready to go. Roseburg and Sprague, they're going to finish this one out as the air quality dropped just enough to keep this one going. Back after this quick 2-minute timeout on 541radio.com and on the score, 92.3 FM and 1490 AM.
Mountain Mike's, pizza the way it ought to be.
When the first Cascade branch opened in 1948, things were a lot different here. The fact they're still here says a lot about the way they do business.
Staying in business for 75 years requires the cooperation of generations. It's the desire to learn and grow with your community.
My account number is only 5 digits long. What that tells me is that this is a local credit union.
Cascade Community Credit Union would like to thank you for 75 years of growth and support here in Douglas County.
Deciding where to purchase your next vehicle is just as important as the vehicle itself. At Roseburg Honda, our seasoned staff is dedicated to matching you with the right car. From sales to service, our goal is to make sure all of your needs are met, and you leave our dealership feeling good every time you visit. No need to waste your valuable time driving up and down the freeway when the ultimate car buying experience is right here at home. Roseburg Honda. We treat you like family.
Are you an enthusiastic sports fan? Want to have fun and get in on the action?
Heck yes, that'd be awesome.
Have great attention to detail? Want to stay active?
Definitely.
Want to give back to the student athletes in your community?
Obviously, yes.
Then you'd make an excellent high school sports official. We need more officials in Oregon, because with no high school officials, there are no high school sports. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Roseburg and Sprague warming up. It's almost like we're back in the pregame again. Game 2 of the night about to get underway, it feels like. But we do have a 24-20 score on the board as the second half of action is about to get underway. About 15 minutes away from things getting started. I want to say thanks to all of our sponsors that help make this possible, like the Cow Creek Tribe, our video stream sponsor here in 2023. Appreciate them being the sponsor of our coverage online at 541radio.com and on our YouTube channel. For those that are watching on our YouTube channel, make sure you hit the subscribe button so that you can stay up to date with Roseburg High Sports throughout this school year. If you hit the subscribe button and then you hit the little notification bell thing, it'll give you updates when we go live with another Roseburg High sporting event. So that's an easy way to keep up to date with everything going on with Roseburg High Sports here this school year. And we try to get out and cover a lot. We have our staples that we do, but try and get out and get stuff on there from time to time that may not always get on the radio. So, yeah, it's a good idea to make sure you follow us there on our YouTube channel. Clayton Brelage joining me here. Clayton, we are nearing 3 hours to this video stream, believe it or not.
Might hit an all-time new record.
Update on our BTB scoreboard update. Going to Southwest Conference soccer action. The Roseburg boys were on the road today at South Eugene, looking to try and pick up a win, their first of the season. Unfortunately, they get shut out 4-0, the final score in that one. You had some UCC sports action going on today. The volleyball team was playing on the road at Lynn Benton tonight. That one earlier today at 6. And also the UCC soccer team was in action today as well. Let's see if I can dig up some scores for you there, results on those ones. The Riverhawks volleyball has definitely been having a nice season. They've had a couple of losses that they probably wish they could have had back, but for the most part having a pretty strong season there. And let's see here. Volleyball, there we are. Let's see what they did here tonight. So that was going on, volleyball and soccer today for the UCC Riverhawks. Today is the 22nd. They fell against Lynn Benton in 3 sets. So unfortunately didn't win one there, and they have now lost back-to-back matches for the Umpqua Riverhawks volleyball team, which does feature a number of local sports athletes on that team this year. A couple of cool stories there. As for the women's soccer team, they were in action today. They were on the road at Clackamas today. And in that one, not a 1-0 loss, a 1-0 win for the UCC soccer team. They pick up their first win of the season and actually score their first goal of the year, getting a first-half score. Umpqua getting the win over Clackamas and scoring, I believe, that goal. Yeah, it's Georgia Midori. Congratulations to the UCC women's soccer team on picking up that win here today. That is a program in its infancy out there at UCC, trying to get things rolling, and that's a big victory and a notch in their cap to pick up that win here tonight. Did get a score update on the Oakland football game going on. They're in the third quarter. Oakland leading 46-24 on top of Illinois Valley tonight. And we saw Sutherland was winning big. South Umpqua was in a tight one with North Valley. They were trailing late in that game, and I'm not sure. See if we can maybe get a final score on that one to pass along to you as well. Well, with 11 minutes to go before we kick off the second half of this football game, everyone in the booth looks like they'd like to be back at home resting for tomorrow's endeavors. But Clayton, thoughts on kind of what I'm sure neither of us have gone through this, where you have, God, I don't even know how long the halftime break has been. It's probably got to be more than an hour that we've been at the halftime break here. But you got to get. It's basically like you're starting the ball game over again.
Yeah, no, I think the team that comes out with the most amount of energy, even if you got to fake it, creates some energy, and the team that has the most early in this second half, I think, will win the game.
And that was kind of my thoughts to start out this ball game, was that Roseburg needed to come out and try to establish some stuff early against Sprague and really get the ball rolling for them early. You didn't want to kind of stub your toe out of the gate and just let those thoughts of kind of how the last 2 weeks have gone creep back into your mind. And you got to kind of try to stay with it. And if you come out and strike early, that hopefully gets the ball rolling. And that's what Roseburg did. They had a lot of momentum early in this ball game. But now they did let Sprague back into it. We were talking about it going into the halftime break, that it felt like more of the momentum on the side of Sprague after the way that first half came to an end. But this long extended break has kind of wiped the slate clean. And now it's just who's going to come out with the energy out of the halftime break is going to be the big question for these two clubs. So I guess that's going to be seen. And what I think benefits Roseburg then in that case is the fact that Roseburg has the home crowd. They've got the band still playing. They got the student section still down there cheering. They were all excited when they found out this game was going to continue on. And so you've got that on your side to kind of help get you going. The guys on the other side for Sprague, they've got a 2-hour drive back home still on a bus late at night, later than you were expecting. And look, I know these are high school kids, so it's not like they aren't filled with plenty of energy and it's not like they can't handle a late night. They're probably going to be up late anyways, but, you get tired and you're going to be on the bus again, and I'm sure that's not an ideal setting for any of them. So I think that does tip the scales a little bit towards Roseburg's favor. We'll have to see how the execution goes. Well, again, it's been a long time off for both teams. Do they come out with the focus as well? You might have some energy, but you got to stay focused, and I think for Roseburg, we saw some chippiness in the first half from both teams, and Roseburg got called for a few penalties that ended up being a little bit hurtful, a little costly for them, that helped kind of help things out for Sprague in that first half. So can they come out with some focus, stay disciplined, and execute here in the second half?
Yeah, no, I think that's a big key point that you made there with the focus. That's kind of what's going to win the game, because with the penalties and jumping off sides and turning the ball over, that all has to do with the same stuff.
Teams are out there going through their warm-ups and getting ready to start this ball game again after one half of play. 24-20 the score. Roseburg on top of Sprague. Sponsors are going to be happy with us tonight because they're getting a lot of airtime, so let's take another 2-minute timeout, and we'll come back and continue to count down to kicking off the second half here from Roseburg High School. It's the Indians and the Olympians on 541radio.com and on the score, 92.3 FM and 1490 AM.
Hey there, sports fans. Thanks for watching this local sporting event online at 541radio.com. Did you know there's more than one way to watch games online? You can watch games on your laptop or desktop computer, your tablet, or even your smartphone just by going to 541radio.com. But we also use YouTube to stream all of our video broadcasts, which means you could be watching this game on your big screen TV with a number of different streaming devices. You can stream our live YouTube broadcast through your PlayStation or Xbox gaming device, or through streaming devices like Google Chromecast, Apple TV, or Roku. There's plenty of ways to follow this live local sporting event. Plus, you can find past events archived on 1490 The Score's YouTube channel. Find us on YouTube and subscribe today to keep up with the latest in local sports coverage.
Whether it's across town or across the state, moving is always a chore. So let BTB Moving help with your next move. BTB Moving is a labor-only company offering statewide services such as packing and unpacking, loading and unloading, piano moving, cleaning services, and 24-hour emergency services. BTB Moving is an affordable, veteran-owned company here to help with your next move. Call 541-315-0122 or find BTB Moving on Facebook. That's BTB Moving for all your moving needs.
For over 100 years, Douglas County Farmers Co-op has been serving the needs of farmers, ranchers, and homeowners throughout Southern Oregon. Here, everyone is welcome. When you shop with us, you can expect good people, good products, and good advice. No membership needed. Just bring yourself, and we'll provide the expertise and products you need to tackle your next project. Douglas County Farmers Co-op, where everyone is welcome to shop.
We're getting close, almost there, about 5.5 minutes before the time runs out on the scoreboard here, and we get this second half underway here from Roseburg High School. Clayton Brelage along with me. I'm Joey Kieran, your voice of Roseburg High Sports here in 2023. Thanks, everybody, for sticking with us. Great to see the numbers on the video stream. I'm surprised and stunned, but it's great to see. Clayton, I was just thinking about it that, the other night, last weekend, Colorado and Colorado State met, and they set all sorts of historic records under Deion Sanders out there. 9.3 million people watching on ESPN, and they had set an all-time streaming record for the most viewers on an online stream of a game, their best game ever. That game went to double overtime late into the night. They were the only game going. I'm thinking we're going to probably start, look, everybody out there that's watching, tell your friends, this is the only game that's going to be still playing at 11 o'clock tonight, so you might as well tune in and watch. Let's get the numbers up there, folks. What do you think of Deion Sanders?
I've been just kind of hearing the chatter, and I haven't paid attention a whole lot. But, he's 2-0, and he's
got that team going.
Yes, he's definitely got, he's prime, so he's got that charisma and all that whole thing going.
I let's get some little self-promotion going on here, because why not? Do a sports talk show from noon to 2 here on The Score every Friday, talking football. Just our chance to hang out. It's the Umpqua Basin Tailgate Show presented by BTB Moving. Big shout out to them. Appreciate their sponsorship and support of the program. But we've had a show since a couple of weeks before the high school football season early on, focused a lot on previewing the high school football season coming up. But since that kicked off and then college football got underway, I think all 3 weeks of the college football season, every show, every Friday once the season got underway, Colorado's found a way to come up on that. It's just you can't turn to anything. You can't go to a website, sports website. You can't go to sports radio. You can't go to sports television without hearing about Colorado right now. It is absolutely nuts what Coach Prime has done there. I like the Ducks tomorrow. They're favored by 21, and that might be a little homerism on my part. I'm planning to head up there and sit in the press box tomorrow and watch that game and get to see if I get an opportunity to check out the Prime effect. But, I think the Ducks pull it out, but I have definitely gotten the feeling with Oregon that big games like this, they just find a way to keep things close. Even when they should be blowing a team out, they find a way to keep things close, do the Oregon Ducks, when they shouldn't be. And I think tomorrow is going to be a little closer than the 21-point spread they have for the Oregon Ducks in that one, but should be fun.
Yeah, I can't remember his name. I think his first name was Hunter. Their big
Travis Hunter.
Hunter. He's going to be out, and that defense didn't look all that great against Colorado State, and I think Bo Nix
probably gave up almost 500 yards in double overtime in that one. Yeah. So I do think the Ducks, with an experienced quarterback, they definitely have an opportunity to control that game, but it could be a high-scoring affair with a lot of excitement between the two teams, and I'm looking forward to I was telling somebody I think I have to go watch the Coach Prime press conference afterwards instead of going to watch Coach Dan Lanning, which I apologize. Dan Lanning's a great guy, and he's been fun to be at his press conferences, but you only get one time. I may only get one time to ever be within the shouting vicinity of Deion Sanders, so I may have to go be a part of that and see what that's all about. A couple of BTB moving out-of-town scoreboard updates for you here. After 3 quarters of play, North Medford leading North Salem 35-21. And a final, Sheldon winning 49-6 over McNary. Big shout-out to News Review sports editor Tom Eggers for feeding us some score updates here, as I'm sure he's taking in what is happening with Roseburg tonight as he's back at the studio getting updates on high school sporting events from around the Umpqua Basin here tonight. Make sure you pick up a copy of the Sunday edition of the News Review for a recap of all of your high school sports coverage from Friday and Saturday. That Sunday paper is loaded with all sorts of coverage when it comes to your high school sports here in the region. I mean, I read most of the stuff that comes out in the sports section because I'm there with them and it's my job, and so I do it every day. But definitely that Sunday paper is one I like to make sure I get a chance to go through because there's so much good stuff in there to check out. Final from down in Grants Pass, North Valley taking down South Umpqua 21-13. The Lancers fall in a second consecutive game. We mentioned earlier that Sutherland wins over Brookings Harbor 42-0. It's a tough night there for the Lancers, but good night there for the Bulldogs. I'm not sure about that Douglas game going on, but we are just about to get things restarted here with our game here. We'll try to pass along more scores as they go because, hey, everybody else is probably wrapping up and getting ready for their after-game showers and heading home for the night. Going out to find whatever establishment is open late and get an opportunity to maybe grab a bite to eat. I would encourage folks. I don't know if they're still open this late over at Mountain Mike's, but you might check them out. Mountain Mike's Pizza, the way it ought to be. We'll have your Mountain Mike's Pizza player of the game coming up when this one goes final. Not sure when that'll be, but we'll definitely be here for it. All right. It's only been a short 1 hour plus break, but we're just about ready to go for a second half of football. That's kind of nice to say, isn't it, Clayton?
It is. It's been a long time coming.
All right. Again, for those that might just be tuning in and joining us, it's Roseburg High football here from Finlay Field on the campus of Roseburg High School. At the break, it was 24-20. Roseburg in front of Sprague. 12 minutes on the board for the second half. Roseburg will be kicking to the Sprague Olympians to start out the second half of our ball game. Whew. I think it's more talking than I've done in quite some time.
Sharpen your skills for your questions for Dion.
I was going to say, I wish they paid me by the word up here. I might have been making some good money here tonight. All right. Coach Zach Mandera helping the special teams, getting the kickoff coverage team fired up as they head out there to kick this one away. It'll be Jacob Michael, the right-footed place kicker, that will spot the football at the 40. And we are, believe it or not, about ready to go on the second half of our ball game. Jacob Michael with the hand up now approaches the football. The kick's away, and hey, we've got football. And this one's going to be a touchback. So hold on. We will wait for the first snap of the second half and the first action of the second half here for a little bit longer. Out to the 20-yard line for the Olympians offense, led by junior quarterback Ducati Witherspoon. I got to say, Ducati is a pretty cool name for a quarterback out there. Although he's been a tough guy to bring down, doesn't necessarily show the speed that you would associate with such a name. They've got a young man, I think plays offensive line with the last name Tank, and then they got a quarterback with the first name Ducati. I thought, boy, that's a great combo right there. They will send the offense out there. Kenya Johnson, the junior junior running back, sets up in the backfield. No, that is Terronez who will motion out, and they go with the diamond formation to the left. A quick pass It is Terrones, and he is trapped in the backfield. Roseburg comes up with a stop on the first play of the second half. Terrones losing yardage out there. It looked like Landon Hodges gets in to help make the stop.
It'll be interesting to see if they came out like in the beginning of the game. They usually script 10 to 15 plays, and I know that when they started the game earlier, they started with that same exact play. So.
A loss of 2. Sorry, maybe make that a loss of 1 for Terrones, and now penalty flag out. Procedural penalty, and Roseburg in the neutral zone. So 5-yard penalty on Roseburg will help out Sprague. They'll have, instead of 2nd down and 11, they'll have 2nd down and 6. Out to the 24-yard line after that penalty. Witherspoon claps, now looks to the sideline. Couldn't get Roseburg's front line to jump. 3-man front. Luther spreads out a little bit on the left end. Looking to try and blitz. Pass out to the left side. Complete with space. And a blocker in front and pushed out. No flag on the near sideline. I almost wondered about a late hit on that one. It did not get flagged. The ball out at the 39-yard line after the catch and run by Landon Baldwin Branch.
That was definitely a borderline. Definitely could have went either way on that one.
Up to the football after that first down play. Out to the 39, a pickup of 15 on the pass play. They're going to run over the left side. Johnson into the secondary. A stiff arm gets Hodges off of him. He's down the sideline. A foot race. He's going to stay in bounds, and he's going to go the distance. A penalty flag out on the near sideline. I think it's going to be a sideline penalty against Sprague. I don't know if that negates the touchdown run or not, but as it stands right now, that would be a 61-yard touchdown run. It's going to stand. A sideline either warning or penalty, I'm not sure, but it is a touchdown, 61 yards to the house for the Sprague Olympians.
We're talking about momentum before they came out here, and Sprague definitely has taken the advantage on that one with that play there.
So a touchdown to start out the second half for the Olympians. And that will put Johnson over 140 yards on the night as he racks up his second rushing touchdown of the evening. The PAT blocked again for Amity Rogers, and it is a 2-point game, 26-24. Sprague in front of Roseburg with 10:52 to go here in the third quarter. Let's take a 30-second timeout on 541radio.com and on the Score, 92.3 FM and 1490 AM.
To us, pizza the way it ought to be isn't just our slogan. It's our promise and our passion to give you the best dining experience and the best tasting pizza you expect. For over 40 years, we've been making pizza the way it ought to be. Handmade with the freshest and finest ingredients. Our dough is made fresh daily, and we use 100% whole milk mozzarella cheese and toppings edge to edge. There's pizza, and then there's Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza the way it ought to be.
Okay. Line drive kick from Amity Rogers on the kickoff goes to Caden Eckel at the 25. He's going to go from the far side of the field to the near side, gets tracked down from behind and tackled at the 50. A big return for Roseburg as Caden Eckel, the senior, tries to spark a little bit of momentum here in the second half as Sprague strikes first to take a 2-point lead, 26-24, after a 61-yard touchdown run by Kenya Johnson. But Roseburg will have half the field to work with as Caden Eckel, a big return on a line drive kick, sets it up at midfield. Offense back out there for the Indians. 10:44 to go in the third quarter. Caden Luther, the tight end, will shift from the left side. He's set up at the end of the right side of the line. Eckel moves to the backfield in pistol formation behind Bentia. Luther back to the left side. He'll block. Running left side is Eckel. He gets swallowed up by a few defenders as he goes into Sprague territory down to the 46. Pickup of 4 for Eckel on the first down carry.
That tight end look is we only saw that one time in the first half, so they could be trying to give Sprague a different look to think about.
A player will rush off late for the Olympians. Keldon Brown rushing to the sideline. 3-man front, send a blitz, and it's picked up. The blitz works, driving Eckel back into Roseburg territory across the 50. And he's a little slow to get up, limping a little bit as he goes back to the huddle. Blowing up that play in the middle was Sasha Murata, the senior. Yeah, he wasn't even blitzing. He was just defensive lineman spurting right through the line there.
Yeah, it was right through the center. It's really hard to snap and get to your guy all at one time.
They give him forward progress back to the 49, so only a loss of 3 for Eckel. He sets up in the pistol, play action, rolling to the right. Bentia has to throw to the far sideline. And incomplete off the hands of Dane St. Clair. And after a big return by Eckel, it's not the way Roseburg was hoping for this drive to go. It will be quickly a 3-and-out after that second down play was blown up in the backfield.
Did look like he had Caden Luther, the tight end, probably 5 yards short of the first down, but he might have had a chance to get some yards after the catch.
Punt unit will come out. Jacob Michael will stand at his own 40. Still early. It feels like this game should be late, and this might be a chance where you maybe see something tricky from Roseburg, but there's still a lot of time to play as there's a penalty flag out on the punt as it'll go into the end zone. Michael got a huge boot from his own 40 out of the back of the end zone, but a penalty flag out as a player undercut the punter, and Michael ended up on top of a defender. I want to say that might have been Kenyon Johnson that got in there, roughing the kicker. And Roseburg's going to get some help on the penalty there by Sprague. It'll be first down Roseburg after the roughing the kicker penalty. So a break, and you need some of those from time to time.
Yep, it's very important. They take that and they use that as momentum and drive down the field and try to put points on the board.
You need those from time to time, and you need to take advantage of them every time if you can. First down and 10 for Roseburg after the big penalty. The ball at the 34-yard line. Sprague half of the field. Bentia in shotgun with Eckel to his right. You've got Stedman, Robinson, and Austin to the left side. Pressure on the run game. Sprague's done a nice job of bottling up the run game here to start the second half.
Yeah, they definitely have. It looks like they're still with the 3-man front, but they've had their linebacker kind of crashing a little more hard than they did in the first half.
No gain on first down for Caden Eckel on the run. We'll set up second down and 10 from the 34. Fake the handoff, quick pass out in the flats. Catched, looking upfield. Robinson will shed one tackler, stays on his feet, gets pushed to the sideline before he is wrestled down. And that is a good gain on second and long to get it to the 26. It'll make it third down and 2 for the Tribe.
That's what you hope for in a second down play, is you give your team a chance on third down to get a first down pretty easily.
8 yards on the pickup there for Robinson. Roseburg back to the line quickly. And looking to the sideline will go Bentia as he can't get the defense to jump. They're up at the line. The front 6 tighten the box. Play clock not yet running down. They get the snap off. Bentia going to launch to the end zone, and not looking for the football was Brody Robinson. It'll be fourth down, and it looks like the offense will stay out there if I'm reading the body language right for Coach Heiberger. Robinson was open. He just didn't know if the ball was coming his direction.
Yeah, it did look like the defender got in his way a little bit and kind of threw off the timing with him and his quarterback.
So it'll be fourth down and 2 for Roseburg, and we've said that Sprague has done a nice job of stopping the run with short yardage to gain. Can Roseburg pick it up? Jamming the box is the Olympians, looking to go on a quick pass, and catch made. A big hit, but holding on to the football is Caden Austin, and that junior has come up with some huge catches this season. He picks up another one there for Austin, his second catch of the night, and it moves the chains on a big play.
That was a great catch. You know you're going to get hit across the middle, but he held on to it.
It goes down to the 17-yard line, a pickup of 9 on 4th and 2. And Austin, his second catch of the night. Going to be a running play for Roseburg. Met in the backfield. A helmet comes off for Sprague. That is Murata. And the keeper there for Bentia going nowhere. Lost yardage back to the 19.
Seems like those zone reads, quarterback reads, where you're going to hand it off or keep it. Sprague has been snuffing them out.
Down to 7:50 to go here in the third quarter. 26-24. Sprague in front. Bentia in shotgun, waiting on the snap from Mateo Reynaga. Pulls it in, goes on the quick seam route, and another big hit on Caden Austin. And Austin managed to hang on to the football. Boy, I've been really impressed with him here tonight and this season. He's the leading receiver for Roseburg, and he is showing some sticky hands this evening. Sets up third down and a yard as he takes it down to the 8-yard line. 11 yards on the pickup. They need 1 yard to move the chains. Robinson sets up in the slot on the right side. Pitch it to Eckel. He's got to make a man miss in the backfield. Tucks his head, tries to break free, and Roseburg going the wrong way on third down and short. Back outside the 10 to the 12-yard line, losing 4 yards on the play for Eckel. And that one is tough there for the front line. The offensive lineman just couldn't keep that front line and the front seven out of the backfield.
No, on those toss plays, it's hard for your right tackle and your right guard to hook your guy, hook the outside defensive end to seal them out.
Roseburg looking to try and take the lead on a field goal here for Jacob Michael. This one will be a 29-yard attempt from the right hash mark for the right-footed kicker. Placement down by Bentia. The kick is away. It's got the distance. No good, wide right, and it'll stay a 2-point lead for Sprague. Definitely that tackle for loss changed the plan of attack there for Roseburg. They would have, if they didn't gain positive yardage, they would have had fourth down and short from much closer to the end zone. They might have tried to go for it there, but instead push back. They go for the 29-yard field goal.
The good thing they can take away is those quick slant routes to the middle. They were getting 7-8 yards apiece.
Caden Austin was kind of paying for him, but it was nice to see that play was working, and he was hanging on to the football. The offense back out there for Sprague, though, trying to protect a 2-point lead, and if they can get a drive down the field here, that would definitely be a bit of a backbreaker. Sprague with the football, starting at the 20. Empty backfield for the quarterback, Witherspoon. He clutches, throws over the middle, juggling catch made, and it is out towards midfield for the receiver. And that is Jack McAllister with his third catch of the night, and it's the biggest one as he tipped it up and was able to run back underneath it for the grab out to the 48-yard line.
Seems like whatever play Roseburg has on defense, Sprague has an answer for right now.
28 yards on the pickup. Over 150 yards through the air for Witherspoon. Gives it to Johnson running left side. He gets bottled up at the line of scrimmage, falls forward for a couple of yards into Roseburg territory at the 48. He switches sides of the field from one 48 to the other, picking up 4 yards.
I did notice that Roseburg, after that big run, they have switched to the 4-man front instead of the 3-man front.
Second down and 6 for the Olympians. They move Toronas in motion from right to left. Fake the handoff, pass it to Toronas out in the flats. And the catch is made, but right at the line of scrimmage for Toronas. He had to dive forward to get to it. And as he was heading forward, he makes the catch and stays right at the line of scrimmage, no gain. And it's now third down and 6. The stick on the far side was still reading second down. So big down here, third down and 6 for the Olympians. 4-man, 3-man front. They'll run left side, a big push by the Olympians and a big run for Kenyon Johnson. He gets shoved to the ground as he stumbles into the secondary, and he'll move the chains on third down and takes it inside to the 34-yard line, picking up 14.
Kenya Johnson has been their kind of their go-to third down back, and he's proved to be pretty good.
He's proved to be effective as a runner there, definitely picking up those hard yardage. Down to about 5 minutes to go here in the third quarter, 26-24. Sprague in front of Roseburg, scoring first here in the second half, staying on side. Roseburg's defensive end there. I think that's Bradfield. Roseburg trying to send some pressure, sitting back in the pocket to pass. Has a man open on the out route. Tarones makes the catch and shoved out of bounds. Ridden out on the far side. Roseburg unable to keep the ball out of the hands of Tarones as he moves the chains, taking it to the 20, picking up 14. Up to 165 yards through the air for Ducati Witherspoon. Moves Tarones in motion, a couple of fake handoffs. It's the keeper for the quarterback. He does not fake out the Brayton Loomis on the far side. Loomis will tackle the quarterback, who falls forward with that big frame, able to pick up some yardage.
A very impressive tackle. The quarterback's 6'3", 210, and be able to bring him down is pretty good.
So it's second down and 8 after a short pickup to the 18-yard line. Quick pass near side out there to Baldwin Branch. He makes the catch. He's got some blockers, gets downfield, and coming up with a big tackle, Byron Irving able to get his hands on Baldwin Branch, who just got knocked off of his center of balance and got brought down, and that was a touchdown-saving tackle for the Roseburg Indians.
That was a very interesting play. We had the right guard pull to the left, and they throw it back to the right side.
That was a 14-yard pickup. Baldwin Branch with his 5th catch of the night. First down and goal from the 4-yard line for the Olympians, trying to stretch their lead. Handoff is blown up in the backfield, and finally it's got to be whistled down. Boy, they let that play continue on for a while there. Back to the 14-yard line for Kenyon Johnson. He will lose 10 yards on that play as Roseburg blows that up in the backfield.
That was perfectly timed snap by Tyler Reitman. He flew in the backfield and made that tackle.
3:20 and counting here in the third. Long drive already, 3 minutes off the clock for the Olympians as they started at their own 20. Backed out to the 14, and Roseburg's going to get whistled for encroachment on the defense. So that'll help out for the Olympians. They will get a little bit of that yardage back after the tackle for loss. Goes down to the 9-yard line. 3:06 and counting. Baldwin Branch, the lone receiver to the right side. No tight end in the formation. In the backfield, Johnson to the right of Witherspoon. They look to the sideline. They'll move some guys around on that far side. They've got Tyler Buchheit, 6'4", 210 on the left side. Kind of looking for him over the middle. Throw to the back of the end zone instead. It goes over Buchheit's hands and to the back of the end zone for Aiden Andreessen. And the touchdown will put Sprague ahead 32-24. And for Ducati Witherspoon, he'll have his second touchdown pass of the night, connecting with Andreessen on the 9-yard score. Amity Rogers whistles. The play will stop before the PAT. I've had more PAT penalties than I think I've seen in my lifetime.
I agree with you.
And it's on Roseburg this time. So Rogers, they've had a couple blocked. Do they maybe think about trying to go for 2 here?
That's what I was kind of thinking as well.
It is an 8-point lead at the moment.
Make it 10.
Yeah. And whistles. And they may be thinking about it here. I didn't put any timeouts back on the board after the halftime break, so put those back on for those that are watching online. Timeout taken by Sprague, as they will now consider a little bit different decision here after, starting at the 2.5 for the PAT. They inch it a little bit further forward, and you only got 1.5 yards or so to make up. inside the couple of yard lines just outside the end zone. Tonight's game, we appreciate everybody for sticking with us through this late one, brought to you by our friends at Neal Company Real Estate, Susan Gregg Allstate Insurance, Chuck Swarm and Family Auto Repair, and Roseburg Honda. Proud sponsors of Roseburg High Sports here on The Score.
Another thing to keep in mind is got 3 timeouts in the half. They just used one until the game comes down and they need him later in the game. That's something to pay attention to.
.247 to go in the third quarter, pending this 2-point try now, and they put the big man in the backfield, Sashte Murata. He will act as a decoy as Kenyon Johnson. They get Wildcat snap to him, and he runs it right up the middle for the 2-point try. And that'll make it a 10-point ball game. 34-24. And Roseburg with some ground to make up here in the second half. 2:47 to play in the third quarter. Let's take a 30-second timeout on 541radio.com and on The Score, 92.3 FM and 1490 AM.
Whether it's across town or across the state, moving is always a chore. So let BTB Moving help with your next move. BTB Moving is a labor-only company offering statewide services such as packing and unpacking, loading and unloading, piano moving, cleaning services, and 24-hour emergency services. BTB Moving is an affordable, veteran-owned company here to help with your next move. Call 541-315-0122 or find BTB Moving on Facebook. That's BTB Moving for all your moving needs.
10-point ball game here on The Score. 34-24. Sprague has rallied back and started out the second half with a couple of touchdowns, and now lead it by 10 after trailing at the halftime break. A roller up the left hash mark on the kick, and the return for Roseburg. Going to be returned out past the 35-yard line by Brody Robinson. Before Roseburg takes the field, let's go ahead and pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Roseburg football on The Score. Roseburg looking to cut into a 2-score deficit with 2:41 to go in the third quarter. Owen Bentia will hand it off to Caden Eckel. He's able to spring free, stays on his feet, runs into one of his own players, but still continues to go. He's going to try to keep picking up positive yardage. Penalty flag out at the very end of that. And a nice hard run there from Caden Eckel. Eckel he's a bowling ball, like you said earlier about a guy. Eckel is a guy, he's just got such a low center of gravity, and he's got such good balance that he bounces off everybody and stays up.
Yes, and his legs never stop turning, which helps him keep his balance as well.
He got the ball out to the 43-yard line, but there was the penalty at the very end of the play, and we're waiting to see what that's going to be. As it stands right now, it's a 6-yard pickup for the senior. Waiting on the call here from the officials. And they're going to call a blindside block on Roseburg. And it'll be first down again. It's from the end of the run. So from the 43, they walk it back. And Roseburg hampered by its own penalties once again. So the ball will go back to the 33-yard line. A loss of 10 on that penalty. And they will switch things up for Sprague. So it'll be first down and 14 for Roseburg after that penalty. Hard run by Eckel, wiped out, but because of it, it's not as hurtful as a penalty. Rolling to his right, Bentia throwing on the run. It is caught by St. Clair, and he'll pick up short yardage to the 35, getting 2 on the out route to the far sideline.
Yeah, very important for Roseburg to go down and at least get 3 points out of this drive, try for a touchdown, because you do not want to give the ball back to Sprague and have them score a touchdown. It kind of creates the pretty big gap in this game.
Yeah, and Sprague's got a ton of momentum. They're feeling good about it here. Roseburg's got to find a way to build some of that back. Facing 2nd and 12. Quick pass out into the flats. They sure-handed Caden Austin a quick move to the sideline. Spins out of one tackle. Stays on his feet. Stays in bounds. He got past the 45. He's close to the marker, but not quite enough. Caden Austin will take it to the, I want to say the 46, but we'll see where they spot it. And this is unfortunate for Sprague. One of their best defensive linemen, Sashay Murata, the senior, has been in the backfield a ton. He's down on the sideline. They are looking at his left hip as he is signaling to that, and he's got his helmet off. The trainer's there. Lindsay, the trainer for Roseburg, out there first here on the near sideline. Lindsay Darren. And she was there quickly. Now the trainers for Sprague over as well as their head coach. And down on the field, Murata. That would be a big loss for their front line because he has been very tough to block out there tonight. He has been blown up a couple of plays in the backfield big time.
As well as the Wildcat when he's the lead blocker there as well.
After the play, they actually marked Austin down at the 44. I thought they were going to give him a little bit better spot on that one. He picks up 9 on that pass play. Austin with his 4th catch of the night. Murata's up and walking to the sideline under his own power, so that's a good sign for the Olympians. He'll have to come out for a play. They may give him a little bit longer breather than just that, but he looks like he's in a good shape. He might be back out on the field here soon. Sprague would probably like to have him here. It's 3rd down and 3 for Roseburg. Tribe's got to get it to the 47 for the first down, and this is a big down here for the Tribe. Shotgun snap for Bentia. Fakes the handoff to Robinson. Gives it to Eckel. Eckel fighting for that extra yard, and he's going to find a way to move the chains. That is all guts and effort right there out of Caden Eckel.
Yeah, you love to see that as your running back. He knows where the first down is, and he gets to it.
Used his low center of gravity to kind of leverage himself to fall forward out to the 48-yard line. He picked up 4, needed 3 for the first down. He does go to the sideline limping a little bit. He hurt his ankle in the first week of the season, and so they bring in Maverick Akers, the sophomore, into the backfield. Robinson moves in motion. Give it to him on the snap. Pulled down by Bentia. Across the 50 for Brody Robinson. Will pick up 3 on first down. Crosses into Sprague territory. 2nd and 7. We've had a couple of long drives, and for as long as the first half took, granted we had the huge delay at halftime, but as long as the first half took, this second half, this third quarter wearing off quickly. 1:20 to go. Handed off, running again. Left side over the tackle. Akers weaving his way through the middle of the field. The sophomore down to the 40 has the first down, and he takes it to the 39. A big run there from Maverick Akers, who he came in with a big performance in week 1 and has done some hard running for Roseburg. They've given Caden Eckel a few more chances to carry the ball here tonight, but Akers, and over the last couple of weeks, but Akers has done a nice job splitting time back there as he takes that one to the 38. He picks up 11. Quick pass out to the far side, trying to bubble and head back upfield. Dane St. Clair now holding on to the football. Will kick up short yardage.
Yeah, if we go back to that last one, it looks like Caden Eckel's rubbing off on Maverick Akers there. His feet never kept moving.
Down to the 37. Picks up 1 for St. Clair. It's still Akers out there at the running back position. He'll get it, but he is hit immediately in the backfield and gets only back to the line of scrimmage. Nowhere further to go for him. And he fell forward 1 yard to the 36. And Roseburg's going to face 3rd down and long. Got to get the football inside the 30 to about the 29. So they've got a long 6 yards to try and pick up here on 3rd down. Spread out, St. Clair to the far side. Stedman on the near side. And there's the end of the third quarter. I told you it was moving quick. It caught me off guard at the end of the third. It was all Sprague in that third period. 34-24 as we head to the fourth quarter, back after a 1-minute timeout here on 541radio.com and on the Score, 92.3 FM and 1490 AM.
Deciding where to purchase your next vehicle is just as important as the vehicle itself. At Roseburg Honda, our seasoned staff is dedicated to matching you with the right car. From sales to service, our goal is to make sure all of your needs are met, and you leave our dealership feeling good every time you visit. No need to waste your valuable time driving up and down the freeway when the ultimate car buying experience is right here at home. Roseburg Honda. We treat you like family.
Are you an enthusiastic sports fan? Want to have fun and get in on the action?
Heck yes, that'd be awesome.
Have great attention to detail? Want to stay active?
Definitely.
Want to give back to the student athletes in your community?
Obviously, yes.
Then you'd make an excellent high school sports official. We need more officials in Oregon, because with no high school officials, there are no high school sports. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Fourth quarter action for you here from Roseburg High School, facing 3rd down and 7. Pressure coming. Bentia flushed out of the pocket to the right. Finds a man open downfield. It is picked off. No, they say incomplete, out of bounds on a tip drill there. Almost taken away by Dominic Johnson, the senior. He did a good job of staying with that and focus, trying to stay in bounds. If we had the luxury of watching that with a ton of high-def cameras, he might get that overturned.
Yes, he might.
Instead, it'll be an incomplete pass for Owen Bentia. Went off the hands of Dane St. Clair, and now Roseburg facing 4th down and 7, going for it in Sprague territory. At the 36, got to get it to the 29. Rolling to his left, Bentia squares, passes downfield, has a man open, but it's too long off the fingertips for Caden Austin. He was there, the pass not that far off, but just a bit too far downfield.
And you can't blame him for going for it. You know, you got to get that first down, try to score a touchdown this late in the game. Now with the defense on the field, you got to get a stop.
Roseburg will turn it over on downs, and it'll go to Sprague at their own 36-yard line. And it feels like right now, the way they've been moving the ball, they've been eating up time. If they can do another long drive like that, they've got a chance to really salt this one away. The Olympians head out with quarterback Ducati Witherspoon in the backfield. Trips to his right side, now checks the sideline. Johnson in the backfield with him. 4-man front for Roseburg, expecting some running here. They'll give it to Johnson, and he will burst through the line and tumbles to the 39, picking up 3 on first down. And you know what? That's exactly what Sprague is looking to get right there. 3 yards in a cloud of dust. Let's eat up the clock and just move the ball enough.
Yeah, it does look like Roseburg's got a few more bigger bodies up there to try to stop the run.
George Gibby has moved into that middle along with Jack Bana, and the linebackers playing up. That's Akers and Reitman. No safety deep for Roseburg. Looking to pass out into the flats, and it is complete to Johnson. Stiff arm on Hodges, then knocked out by Akers, and that's right at the line to gain. They put it at the 46. It's going to be close. I think they'll probably give it to him.
Seems like whenever they need a big play, that's who they go to, Kenya Johnson.
Picks up 7. And they do move the chains for first down and 10. You had Brayton Loomis came off the edge, the linebacker. He was right there in the vicinity, but he let Johnson leak out behind him, and that left him wide open for that pass for the first down. Man in motion from right to left. Give it to Johnson, running over the right side of the offensive line into Roseburg territory. About 6 black jerseys led by Tyler Reitman there to bring him down, but not before he almost picks up the first down. Carries for 9 yards.
Yeah, and Sprague's going to take that every time. 9 yards, and clock keeps running.
Down to 10.5 to go here in the fourth quarter. 34-24. Roseburg trailing by 10 after leading by 4 at halftime. Witherspoon looks to the sideline. 2nd and a yard to go. Ball in the middle of the field. Looking to pass. Quick pass out to the far sideline. Caught. Blocker out there. Running. Has the first down. Catch made and tackled across the far sideline. And on the reception, Dominic Johnson. He almost had the interception. There he gets a chance to get a reception, and he gets the first down. To the 36-yard line, a pickup of 9. And these have been some big chunk yardage here. Over 200 yards passing now tonight for Witherspoon. It's Witherspoon on the quarterback keeper, and he gets hog-tied in the backfield. Dylan Bradfield wrapping him up at the 40. A sack there for Bradfield. Might just go down as a tackle for loss. I guess it probably was more of a runner rather than a quarterback, so we'll put down a TFL for Dylan Bradfield back to the 40-yard line. Witherspoon losing 4 on that play. 2nd down and 14. On the left side of the formation, Andreessen and Terronez. They send a blitz from the corner. Didn't get home in time. Loft deep downfield, and penalty flags out all over the place in the backfield. And we got a couple of players dinged up in the backfield for Roseburg and for Sprague. Braden Loomis came on the blitz, and I think he kind of collided with his own player as they both met at the quarterback. But the quarterback, Witherspoon, also a little slow to get up, but it looks like a pass interference call in the secondary for the Tribe.
It almost looks like Loomis and another Roseburg player sandwiched the quarterback there.
They will call a pass interference against Roseburg, so that will negate the incomplete pass, and a little bit of help once again from Roseburg with the Hankies. The Indians will give up some free yardage. The ball gets spotted down to the 25. 1st down and 10 for the Olympians, who are trying to salt away a road victory and get their first win of the year. 2 targets either side, ball on the right hash mark. They give the handoff to Johnson. He tries to go left, cuts back to the right, goes up the hash marks, right over the line of scrimmage, falling forward for a yard into the teeth of the Roseburg defense. We know they've got a kicker with a pretty good boot. Amity Rogers from the girls soccer team. Dual sports here during the fall sports season. Willing to step in and try and make a tackle on a kickoff return earlier in this game as well, so don't just call her a specialist. A handoff, a little pitch forward, in fact, going to the left side. Terronez to the 20-yard line. And inside, no, they'll spot him right down at the 20. He'll pick up 4 on what will technically be a pass play. And it is 3rd down. Terronez will take it to the 20. 3rd down and 4 for the Olympians. And the clock down to 8:10 to go, and time just starting to run out on Roseburg. Need a stop here. Up to the line. To the left side, Andreessen and Will Charles. Handoff to Johnson, running right up the middle, and that's a big first down for the Olympians. Johnson will get inside the 15, moves the chains, and that's a huge first down.
Yeah, it seems like every time Roseburg has a chance to hold them to a 3rd down, they get a first down.
So the clock will continue to run, and so will the Olympians. They have been absolutely just marching down the field. They have mixed in a few pass plays that have gone for completions, but they have relied on the legs of Kenya Johnson quite a bit here on this drive and here tonight. He'll get it again. He goes over the right side. He's headed to the house. Touchdown, Sprague. And the Olympians will put up 40 points here tonight. That'll be their largest point total of the season after scoring 36 against Liberty in the opener. They hit the 40-point mark here tonight and look to add the PAT. A 14-yard touchdown run for Kenya Johnson. And now Amity Rogers boots it away, and the kick is no good. So it'll stay 40-24. It is a 16-point ball game. It's not out of reach yet. But it is a two-score game, and Roseburg a lot of ground to try and make up. 7:21 to go after this 30-second break on 541radio.com and on the Score, 92.3 FM and 1490 AM.
First Cascade branch opened in 1948. Things were a lot different here. The fact they're still here says a lot about the way they do business.
Staying in business for 75 years requires the cooperation of generations. It's the desire to learn and grow with your community.
My account number is only 5 digits long. What that tells me is that this is a local credit union.
Cascade Community Credit Union would like to thank you for 75 years of growth and support here in Douglas County.
Well, it is a 40-24 ball game. The Roseburg Indians trailing against Sprague, who has come out of the locker room here in this after that huge delay at halftime. The Olympians have come out and they have had the difference here in this second half of the ball game. 14-yard touchdown run by Kenya Johnson. Adds another one for him on the night. Kickoff out of bounds. Johnson is now nearing 200 yards on the night, 182 for him here this evening. And he has now got 4 touchdown runs for the Olympians.
This drive definitely feels like it might be the game changer if they're going to go down and score, and if they don't, it doesn't look too good for Roseburg.
Make or break right here, it does feel like, for the Tribe. They will start with the football. They're going to make them re-kick it. And Roseburg's had some good kickoff returns, so that doesn't seem like a terrible idea. They've put themselves in some good position. And this has been the case for Roseburg the last couple of weeks. It's been sustaining drives that has been the killer. And they've done a better job of it tonight. And the drives that haven't worked out here in the second half, they've been able to sustain them to a point, but then it's just one play or a penalty that kind of kills it and ends up knocking Roseburg's chances off. So we'll see if they are able to mount a game-saving drive here to see if they can stay in this one with 7:21 to go. They go with a short kick. It is picked up by one of the front men. Almost looked like an onside kick attempt, but not really a well-executed one if that was the case. Up on the front line for Roseburg, recovering that one is going to be a name we haven't said. Xander Littlefield jumped on that football on the kickoff return. And so Roseburg didn't need a big return. They're going to get great field position here, starting out at the Sprague 48-yard line. All right, we said this could be a make or break. You don't get a better opportunity than only have half the field to try and cover. Roseburg needs to do it, and it would be probably beneficial if they could do it in a hurry. First down and 10 from the Sprague 48. Pressure coming, trapped in the backfield, but squirting free. It's Corey Kimball who has taken over in the backfield. We expected, I think, to see him and Owen Bentia tonight, but we hadn't seen Kimball until this snap here. And Kimball will somehow escape pressure in the backfield, got to the 41 and picks up 7 yards on the scramble.
Yeah, it was a great effort. I lost him, and then all of a sudden he just shot out of a hole and gained a couple yards.
So it'll be second down. Kimball looks to throw. Now he's going to scramble, and he will make his way inside the 40 down to about the 45-yard line. And he moves the chains, will pick up a first down again, and a nice scramble for the sophomore QB. So with that scramble there by Kimball to the 35, he picked up 6. Looked to pass quickly, but it's knocked down at the line. 6:28 to go with the clock stopped on the pass incompletion. Kimball comes in. Last week was 7 for 9 through the air, 117 yards and a touchdown. His most action of the season on the year, 126 yards through the air, 1 touchdown. Completing 73% of his passes, but he's incomplete on his first attempt here tonight. He'll set up in shotgun with Eccles to his left. Eccles stays into block, passing right side. Connects with Dane St. Clair on the slant route. St. Clair slow to get up. He's in some pain, but he does move the chains as he makes the catch down to the 19-yard line. That's a pickup of 16 through the air for Dane St. Clair. That rhymed. I didn't mean it to. He's got 5 catches for 62 yards tonight. And whistles will stop things. I think Sprague had to call a timeout with extra men on the field. They'll have 1 timeout left to go in this ball game as they burn one there. Roseburg charging 1st and 10 from the 19-yard line. 6:17 to go in this ball game.
Seems like Corey Kimball feels that sense of urgency, and you can see it in the backfield. He snaps the ball, and then he's trying to pass it as fast as he can.
So we'll see how the Tribe will draw things up here. The 4th quarter on the line, and they've been able to move the ball quickly. We are, a minute and 4 seconds off the clock to get to this 19-yard line with 1st down and 10. Out of the timeout by Sprague. They've got 1 left. Roseburg with 3. Needing a score here. They're down by 16. Corey Kimball has taken over on this drive in the backfield for Roseburg. Sets up in shotgun. Has some time. Looks now to run on the left side. He'll try to bump it out, and he gets tracked down. Will lose 2 yards back to the 21. And he gets taken down for a loss. Kind of looked like maybe he didn't. Kind of like he went with the play action, and I don't know if it's just kind of a motion to do before he gets into his throwing, but kind of looked like he bailed on the play that was called pretty quickly there. Kimball looking to pass. He'll go on a slant route. Diving attempt. Did Austin come up with it? I think he did. They'll signal a catch for Caden Austin down to the 10-yard line. Picks up 11. And Austin will make it 3rd down and a yard. As he comes up with a huge catch to try and keep this drive going. Roseburg needs 1 yard, 5:23 to go. Couple of fake handoffs, gives it to Eckel up the middle. Things open up. He tried to bounce it to his left. He needed to just keep running forward. But he does pick up the 1st down. Down to the 5-yard line, a 5-yard carry for Eckel.
They are putting together a good drive, but they're draining a lot of clock late in this game.
They have started to. They're down. They've taken over 2 minutes on this drive. They only needed to go 48 yards. They've got 1st down and goal from the 5, looking to pass on the in route on the left side. Catch made, touchdown Roseburg. McLean Stedman there for the grab, and the sophomore has his 2nd of the night and keeps Roseburg's hopes alive with 5 minutes to go in this ball game.
Oh, he said it was make or break, and so far they're trying their best to keep it made.
Kimball will have his 2nd touchdown pass of the season. 2nd of the night for Stedman. It comes from 5 yards out, and now they've got to convert the 2-point try. They were down by 16, need to get the 2-pointer here. And they will leave the offense on the field. Owen Bentia now re-enters the game for the 2-point try. St. Clair and Robinson to the right side. Looking to pass. Bentia flushed out of the pocket, rolling to the right. Will fire to the back of the end zone, and incomplete. Trying to keep his feet in bounds and hold on to the football, was pushed out. Incomplete on the try, I believe, intended for Robinson back there. So Roseburg cannot get the 2-pointer, and they will trail 40-30 with 5 minutes to go here in this one. The Tribe with a little bit of life in this one left, and now we wait to see. Is it onside kick time already, or do you try and kick it deep, see if you can get the stop, force a punt, and see if you can maybe get good field position on that and save the onside kick for later? They're down 2 scores still.
Really, with the way that they've been running the football and the last 2 drives Sprague has had, I would probably just do an onside kick here.
We shall wait and see what the special teams will consider. Well, we were expecting a competitive and well-scoring game. 70 points here tonight, not too shabby there. highest scoring game that we've called this season. You've got Jacob Michael out there for the kickoff, and Sprague with most of their return guys up, expecting a possible onside kick attempt as we discussed there moments ago. Jacob will dribble it short. That ball falling on. The up man for Sprague was Sarek Falk, and he dives on it, control the football, and Sprague will have it out near midfield. They'll start out at their own 43-yard line. So Roseburg needs a big stop and quick.
Yes, they do.
Takeaway would be awesome. And as I say that, down on the sideline, they say, we need a turnover. Here we go.
They still have all 3 timeouts, but once you use 1 or even 2 and they get a first down, that doesn't look too good.
Yeah, I mean, this is a spot here where needing 2 scores, you really can't afford to allow the Sprague to convert on this drive here. They've got to get a stop, get a 3 and out, or a turnover. Give it to Johnson. He bursts through the line. He will pick up about 4 yards on the first carry. So the football goes out to the 47. That's a pickup of 4 for Kenya Johnson as he inches his way towards the 200 bicentennial mark there. Bicentenary, something like that. Second down and 6. Roseburg stays on side. Witherspoon looks at the sideline, get the call, clock running to 4:19. Looking to pass out into the flats, caught, but going down quickly was Terronez on the reception. He gets right back to the line of scrimmage, and that is it. So that's a little bit of a benefit for Roseburg. Clock, though, continues to run for Sprague, and they will now have 3rd down and 6.
Yeah, if he had a better thrown ball, he could have cut it upfield and maybe got a first down there.
It'll be 3rd down and 6. Roseburg's got to not give up any penalty yards, and Sprague will be the one to give up the yardage. And that does Roseburg a favor. It stops the clock with 3:49 to go in the contest. So it'll back up Sprague. And now Roseburg has to take advantage by not giving up any extra yardage here. Back to the 41-yard line. 3rd down and 12 now. And Sprague do they look to try and pass to see if they can pick up this first down, or no, they're going to pass. Loft it downfield, down that seam route. And the ball's taken away by Roseburg. The Roseburg defender came up with the football. What's the call here? Roseburg football on the interception. Taken away, ripped out of the hands. It was Brogan Rackley that comes away with the pick.
That was a crazy play.
Yeah, Rackley just takes it out of the hands of the receiver. I think that was Tyler Buchheit downfield. And Buchheit at 6'4", a jump ball out there for him, and it looked as if Brogan Rackley just ripped it out of his hands as they were going to the ground. Roseburg will have it. They start out with the football at their own 33-yard line with 3:33 to go. Got to move the ball quickly here. Kimball looking to pass to the right side. Going to take off and run instead. He goes through the middle, gets spun forward, and Roseburg's got to get another play run quickly. Clock running, ticking away towards 3 minutes. The ball out to the 38-yard line. A 5-yard pickup for Kimball. He sets up in shotgun. Eckel to his right, trips to the right side. Ball in the middle of the field, rolling to his right. Will pass short, caught by St. Clair, but he's going to cut back up the middle of the field. Could have turned and tried to get out of bounds, but he will move the chain, so it does stop the clock at exactly 3 minutes to go. They'll spot the football at the 43-yard line. That's a pickup of 5. 43, I'm assuming 48-yard line is what I meant. That was a pickup of 10 for St. Clair. Rolling to the left side, going to be a scramble here for Kimball. As he cut back to the middle of the field, he'll pick up about 2 yards as he gets to the 50. Once again, moving the football, but unfortunately taking time here. 3-yard gain on the ground for Kimball, down to 2:25.
And try to save those 3 timeouts for defense if they get a chance.
Need a big play downfield here. Kimball, pressure coming. Eckel stays into block, going downfield for Austin, and it is off the hands of Caden Austin back there in coverage. Almost had a chance to try and take that one away. That was Gabe Stewart, the senior. Got his hands in there as well as Austin as they fought for the football. 2:14, clock stopped on the incompletion. It is now 3rd down and 7. Obviously 4-down territory with Roseburg trailing by 10 here in the 4th quarter. Kimball. Pressure coming off the edge again. It's Charles. Kimball has to step up. He squirts out of the pocket. He'll race to the near side. Has a chance to pick up the 1st down. And he got short of the marker. They're going to give him to the 42, which actually might be enough. It's going to be close, and they're going to stop the clock for a measurement. Here on the near side, they've got him at the 42, which I think would be enough. It would be 4th down and 1 or inches if he doesn't get it. A scramble for 7 yards for Kimball, who he's been a magician back there in the pocket, able to escape the pressure. So they will spot the football, the nose of the football just across the yard marker on the 42. And they're not even bringing out the sticks. They're going to say from the far sideline, it's a 1st down Roseburg. And Roseburg, there is an injured player on the field for Roseburg. That might be part of the reason for some of the stoppage here. That is A.J. Baker on the field, starting left guard. The junior last year had some knee issues and missed some time. He gets up and will walk to the sideline under his own power, limping a little bit, and now he's going to hop to the sideline on 1 foot. Not a good sign there for the junior. He is a big piece of that offensive line for this Roseburg offense. 1st down for the Tribe at the ball at the 42-yard line. 2:02 to go in the game. Roseburg needs a score and a field goal. Or a couple of touchdowns would work too if they could get there. George Gibby comes in to take over at left guard for Baker. Empty backfield. Kimball looking to pass. He throws quickly, intended for Dane St. Clair. But the pass off the mark. The incompletion stops the clock with 1:52 to play. 2nd down and 10. Roseburg huddled up. Seeing if they can strike quickly here. Still time on the clock. Ball on the right hash mark at the 42. Akers in the backfield to the right of Kimball. Drops back, looking to set up the screen. It's to Robinson. He'll burst upfield. He eludes one tackler to the far hash marks. He was at the line to gain, and they'll give him the 1st down as they stop the clock with 1:42 to go. On the screen, Roseburg picks up the 1st down. Clayton, this drive taking a lot of time.
Yep, I was just about to say, we're putting together a good drive, but not this late in the game. You can't be doing that.
10 yards on the pass completion. Clock running, 1.5 to go. Pressure still coming. Rolling to his right, throwing to the near sideline. Catch made out of bounds. St. Clair will stop the clock after a nice pickup on 1st down. Goes to the 27, picks up 5.
Definitely going to have to send a lot of your passes outside the numbers. Your players have a chance to get out of bounds here to stop the clock.
Career night tonight for Dane St. Clair. 7 catches, 77 yards. Roseburg's looking for a big one here. 1:25 to go. Trips to the left side for Kimball in shotgun. Snap from Reynaga. Much better this week for him, by the way. Rolling and scrambling, and Kimball's got to get out of bounds. He will, and he stretches the football out. Where do they spot him out on the far side? I would have said the 24. It looks like they'll mark him at the 25. He at least did the smart thing of getting out of bounds after picking up 2. 3rd down and 3. 4-down territory for Roseburg here. Game on the line, trailing by 10 with 1:17 to go. Just outside the red zone for Sophomore quarterback Corey Kimball has come in trying to lead Roseburg back here in the fourth quarter. Trips to the right side. Austin, Robinson, and they've got St. Clair out there. They go on the slot route. The seam for Robinson makes the catch, moves the chains down to the 11-yard line, and the clock will stop there. 14 yards on the completion. Robinson, his fourth catch of the night. And Roseburg quickly back to the line. Clock starts to run again. 109, 108, 106. Looking to pass, go on that quick seam route again. Robinson, did he make the catch? Yes, he will. It's down to the 4-yard line. It'll be second down. They can still get a first down. Ball goes 7 yards there through the air for Robinson once again. Looking to pass. Open in the end zone. Touchdown. Caden Austin, and Roseburg with a little bit of life still in them. Caden Austin will have the touchdown grab from 4 yards out.
It did take a little bit longer than they probably wanted, but it was a very impressive drive by Corey Kimball to come in and drive right down the field and score a touchdown.
A 4-yard touchdown grab for Caden Austin. Here in the fourth quarter, now Roseburg going for 2, and they will not get it. 42.5 seconds to go, so with that, Roseburg will need a touchdown to try and keep this, or to try and win this game here. They cannot, a field goal won't do it. They have to get the touchdown. And they're going for 2 would have made it, I guess if you kick the PAT, it makes it to a field goal would tie it, but if you get the 2-pointer, then a field goal wins it for you. So they go for that, and they got to get the onside kick no matter what.
Yep.
So 4-yard touchdown pass from Corey Kimball to Caden Austin. The try failed. It is 40-36. Sprague on top with 42.5 seconds to play in the contest. Corey Kimball has come in 12 passing attempts. He's come in passing situations here, so obviously he's getting a lot of chances, but he's thrown 2 touchdowns here in this fourth quarter. And that one to Caden Austin. Austin picking up his 6th catch of the night, his first touchdown of the evening. And for Caden Austin, that's his first touchdown of the season as well. All right, 40-36, onside kick coming. Everybody knows it. Everybody's ready for it. Can Roseburg execute it? Almost feel like send it a little bit deeper and let's see if you can get a guy to sprint out there. That ball's got to go 10 yards, and it's not going to do it. In fact, it's going to roll back towards the line of scrimmage. And it'll be, that should be a penalty, right?
Illegal touching, I guess.
Yeah, I would think there should be a penalty there. I don't think that Sprague is going to make Roseburg re-kick it, though, because why would you give him another chance? Just take the ball where it's at. So Sprague will have it at the Roseburg 41-yard line. And they can, let's see, Roseburg's got all 3 timeouts left. But that, I mean, if you call them, they can take a knee. I imagine they'll probably try to run a play with Kenya. Oh, boy. They will probably try to run a play with Kenya Johnson and see if he can break one free and just give him the opportunity to move the chains. You move the chains, you definitely got an opportunity to try and salt this one away and make Roseburg utilize all his timeouts with the least minimal effectiveness. 40-36 with 42.5 seconds to go. Johnson to the right of Witherspoon in the backfield. They can wear off enough time and break it free here. They'll go on a forward pitch to Taronas to the far side, and he's going to pick up good yardage to the 35. Roseburg will call the timeout. That's a 6-yard pass completion. And Taronas has had a big night. 10 catches for him this evening. 67 yards and a score. And that ran off, let's see here, just about 7 seconds off the clock on that play before Roseburg got its first timeout in here tonight. And more importantly, it ate up down to the 35. It ate up 6 yards on the completion. And
It's a tough spot for Roseburg. You want to sell out for the run, but as soon as you do that, they might throw over the top and get a first down. So
they got to keep them from getting that first down to keep themselves any sort of hope here, but it is quite a long shot, that is for sure. They would force them to a fourth down if they get 2 more stops, it'd be fourth down with the clock not running. So got to figure that, I don't know, probably Sprague at this part of the field, they'd probably do something on fourth down to get the clock running, try and use up as much time and give Roseburg as long of a field as possible. Got to get a stop here on second down and short. Up the middle, Johnson slipping free, has the first down and a little extra as he takes it down to the 25. And that might just do it there. A 10-yard run for Kenya Johnson. And with that first down, Roseburg is electing not to use their timeouts. The math not in their favor. Sprague's going to have a huge second half to head home with a victory. After a lengthy halftime delay due to air quality issues here in the Umpqua Basin, the two teams came out, and it was Sprague that had just a little extra juice out of the halftime locker room. The Olympians will pick up their first win of the season, and Roseburg will drop their third straight. 40-36 your final score. We'll take a 2-minute timeout. We come back with the quick post-game show after this on 541radio.com and on the Score, 92.3 FM and 1490 AM.
Successful companies have a very important secret. Good advertising works and makes them money. That's why your business should contact Lotus Media Group. Let us help you cash in with multimedia advertising. Multiple touches from Douglas County's only Google certified partner and most effective advertising platform. Web, broadcast, print. Make it happen. LotusMediaGroupLLC.com.
To us, pizza the way it ought to be isn't just our slogan. It's our promise and our passion to give you the best dining experience and the best tasting pizza you expect. For over 40 years, we've been making pizza the way it ought to be. Handmade with the freshest and finest ingredients. Our dough is made fresh daily, and we use 100% whole milk mozzarella cheese and toppings edge to edge. There's pizza, and then there's Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza the way it ought to be.
Looking for more local sports coverage? CBS Sports Radio 1490 The Score has you covered. Check out our homepage at 541radio.com for sports stories, scores, and podcasts. And follow us on social media. 1490 The Score is on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. And take the station with you wherever you go with the 541 Radio app. Download the app in your smartphone's app store and get access to a live stream of the station, sports stories, podcasts, and easy messaging with the station and others. Thanks for tuning in to today's broadcast of Roseburg High School Sports on The Score. This broadcast is presented by Flyaway Travel, Fisher's Hearth and Home, Cascade Community Credit Union, Roseburg Honda, BTB Moving, Susan Gregg Allstate Insurance, and also by Dr. Ullenson Randall, DC Farmers Co-op, Mountain Mike's Pizza, Roseburg Disposal, Tim's Appliance and Mattress, Abby's Pizza, and Chuck Swarman Family Auto Repair.
Final score tonight here from Roseburg High School, 40-36. The Sprague Olympians with the second half rally come away with the win on top of the Tribe. Joey Kieran and Clayton Brelich here with you on a late night in the Umpqua Basin after a lengthy halftime delay. Clayton, it really just felt like Sprague found a way to find the extra gear in the second half. They put together some drives and managed to keep their offense on the field, and they were able to pull away a second half comeback after trailing 24-20 at halftime. Sprague able to put 20 points on the board in the second half, and Roseburg manages just 12, and Sprague able to pull away. Roseburg putting some effort together there at the end, but could not quite pull it off. But it's got to be a hard one to swallow here tonight because Roseburg was definitely in this game throughout a half, but that lengthy delay obviously did have an effect.
Yeah, definitely that second half seemed like the run game for Sprague just kind of took over, wasted a lot of clock, and they were able to score back-to-back times.
So unfortunately tonight, Roseburg will fall to 1-3 in conference, on the season, and they will go to 0-2 in conference play here tonight. Taking a look at quickly some unofficial individual stats from this ball game here this evening. Owen Bentia for Roseburg, finishing with 179 yards through the air, 2 touchdowns in this one. Roseburg did have a couple of turnovers on 2 fumbles in this game, but they also had a fumble recovery and an interception, so they had 2 takeaways. So Bentia, 179 yards through the air, 2 touchdown passes. Corey Kimball finished with 81 yards through the air and 2 touchdown passes. Receiving for Roseburg, 20 yards on 4 catches, 20 yards, 2 touchdowns for McLean Stedman. Caden Austin had 6 catches for 68 yards, a score. Dane St. Clair had 7 catches for 77 yards tonight. Brody Robinson, 5 catches, 48 yards, a touchdown. Brogan Rackley, 2 catches, a touchdown, and 35 yards total. On the ground tonight, 71 yards on 16 carries for Caden Eckel. On the other side for Sprague, got him 31 pass attempts tonight. No, that's not quite right. I had to get creative with some of my stat sheet here. Either way, 214 yards, 1 interception for Ducati Witherspoon, and I had him down for 2 touchdown passes and 1 interception, 214 yards through the air. He connected with Isaiah Tarones for 10 catches, 67 yards, and a touchdown. Baldwin Branch had 5 catches, 62 yards. Andreessen, 2 catches, 44 yards, and a score. And Kenya Johnson, 4 catches for 55 yards tonight. Kenya Johnson on the ground, a huge night tonight, 196 yards on 27 carries, and he had 4 touchdown runs this evening. That big one there for Kenya Johnson here tonight. Any final thoughts about how this one played out here tonight for you there, Clayton?
Yeah, it's just a tough loss. Obviously, you look at the scoreboard and you feel like you were close, but that second half was just the run game. They got to find a way to stop that.
Yep, definitely things to continue to work on for, I'm sure, both sides, but tonight for the Roseburg Indians, this will be one that they kicked themselves. They were in this ball game and just could not finish it out. We name our Mountain Mike's Pizza player of the game here tonight. For Roseburg, the Mountain Mike's Pizza player of the game this evening is McLean Stedman, who gets his first touchdown reception of the season and ends up with 2 here tonight. McLean Stedman, the sophomore wide receiver, 4 catches, 20 yards, and 2 touchdowns tonight. So Stedman is your player of the game, brought to you by Mountain Mike's Pizza, pizza the way it ought to be. All right, it's been a long one here tonight, so we are going to wrap it up there. Boy, almost 4.5 hours on the video stream here this evening. Thank you for everybody for tuning in for tonight's broadcast. I want to say thanks to A.J. Robinson and the Sprague Olympians for making the trek down here tonight and for help getting ready for tonight's broadcast with them here before the game got underway tonight. I want to say thanks to Athletic Director Adam Blue, Head Coach Dave Heiberger, and the entire Roseburg football program for allowing us to bring you another season of Roseburg football here on The Score. A big thanks to Clayton Brelledge for help here on the broadcast this evening. Thanks to Angela Kieran for help with the video stream here tonight. Back in the studio, Connor McLean. Thanks so much for working things on the radio side of tonight's broadcast. And as always, a thanks to you, the fan, for tuning in for tonight's broadcast. Because, of course, without you, I'm just a guy sitting here talking to myself. I'm Joey Kieran. We'll catch up with you coming up next Friday when Roseburg is on the road. Next Friday, Roseburg is heading to Eugene to take on the Sheldon Irish. That'll be a 7 o'clock kickoff from Sheldon High School. We'll have coverage for you starting at 6:45. You can catch the game on the radio and online. So you can tune in and watch on 541radio.com or catch the broadcast right here on Douglas County's home for sports, The Score, 92.3 FM and 1490 AM. Awesome.